I'd like to call this meeting of the December 2023 version of the Planning Committee to order at 9:01. We have no supplementary agenda today. We have members present except for Mayor Kelly and Councillor Kent. Everybody else is present in the room, but I expect both of those will be joining us. We also have the CAO. I call you the clerk, assistant clerk, deputy clerk, director of development services and environmental sustainability, and other members of staff. This is a public meeting, and the agenda was invited through emails to the township. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the open public meeting, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. Today, we have no supplementary agenda. I would ask members, we'll note this, Councillor Kent has joined us. If any members of committee have pecuniary interest in any of the cases that we're dealing with today. I see none. All of our delegates today will have 5 minutes each. And just for some of the members of the public, we pre-populate our motions with random seconders and movers, and that's just to expedite the meeting. So I think we've covered everything on that. Yeah. Very well. So the first case we are dealing with today is bylaw ZBA 3223 on Tobin Island, and Ms. Walker is presenting that to us. Good morning, Ms. Walker.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The first application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 3223 bylaw 2023. 2023-121 in the name of Swerhone in Finlay. The subject property is known municipally as 154 Island R60. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 18 of the agenda package, and it is also up on the screen in front of you today. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to permit a land-based sleeping cabin with a floor area of 850 square feet. Notice of this meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 3 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, and Sarah Campbell, planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting and can be read in full at the requested committee. Excuse me. Staff would note that the township's building department has raised concerns over the proximity of the sleeping cabin to the existing septic system, and we have therefore recommended an additional minor amendment. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment 32/23 bylaw 2023-121 Swerhone and Finlay be approved subject to the following minor amendments. To only permit the proposed oversized sleeping cabin until such a time as an application is filed for a building permit for a land-based dwelling, and thereafter only permit a sleeping cabin with a maximum floor area of 650 square feet. And second, to amend schedules 2 and 3 to relocate the sleeping cabin to the satisfaction of the township's chief building official. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have an agent for the applicant? I think that's Mr. Garnis, is it?
Yes, he's joining us.
Very well.
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Garnis. If you could, is his camera on?
There we go.
Very good. Good morning. If you could state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Clint Garnis. I'm agent for Ed and Christine, and I'm located in Cambridge, Ontario.
Would your full address, please?
228 Melran Drive, Cambridge, N3C 4E5.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we agree with everything that was stated. It was my understanding that from the building code that we only had to be 1.5 meters away from the septic, but we are more than happy to comply with any recommendations from the building department. And we do agree with any of the recommendations from the planning department as regarding reducing the size of the sleeping cabin and the boathouse if and when a full-size cottage would need to be built in the future.
Okay, and that's it.
Great.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody who would like to speak in favor of this application? No. And do we have anybody who's wishing to oppose the application? All right. Committee members, do we have any questions to the applicant's agent or our staff? No questions. Well, let me read the resolution. Sally. Councillor Kent, good morning.
Good morning to everyone. I just have a quick question for the agent of the applicant. The only thing I have reservations about is when I see the building and the floor plan, it looks to me like it's, obviously 850 square feet. It's not a small building. It's got 2 bedrooms. And it's virtually got, it doesn't have anything besides a sink. So I anticipate somewhere along the line here, what are you going to do for, water and drinks? And it looks to me like there's a kitchen coming at some point, and I don't mean to be skeptical, but I'm just asking you what the owner's intention is there. Because it's not, it's not overly convenient with people living there to have to go down to the other building to be able to have a cup of coffee.
From my understanding,
Mr. Garnis?
Yes, thanks. From my understanding, we couldn't put a kitchen into it. And we do understand the inconvenience of having to go to the other building. If we were allowed to put a sink in, then we would certainly welcome it.
Okay, just it looks like, to me, that makes me concerned with the size, 2 bedrooms, no kitchen, no cooking accommodations. And I understand you're not allowed to, but I worry about what's coming. That's all.
Right. No, it's a good question. Yeah, from my understanding, the clients aren't putting a kitchen in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Any other questions from committee? Okay, and Ms. Walker?
We're just going to have to do a quick amendment to the resolution.
You've got mine on there. There's a new one that just came up last week.
Oh, this one.
If I could write it in.
Yeah, okay, sure. Is that apparently something that's just with them?
Very well. Here is the resolution. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 32-23 bylaw 2023-121 be approved subject to the following minor amendments: to only permit the proposed oversized sleeping building until such time as an application is filed for a building permit for a land-based dwelling, and thereafter only permit a sleeping cabin with a maximum floor area of 650 square feet. To relocate the proposed sleeping cabin to the satisfaction of the chief building official and schedules 2 and 3 accordingly. Discussion, Councillor Zayas.
Thank you. Through you. So what happens to the extra 200 square feet that they're asking for that we're granting once they fulfill the other obligation? It just seems to me that the 650 square feet is what they're allowed, and we're granting them the additional 200 square feet until such time as they come for a permit. Does that mean that 200 square feet of the new cabin go away? Because other that, if not, the wording's wrong, right?
Fair question. Mr. Sharp or Ms. Walker, if you could address your thinking on that, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Short answer is that if the applicants decide at some point in the future, if a future owner decides that they'd like to construct a land-based dwelling on the property, they would need to bring the floor area of the sleeping cabin that's proposed into compliance. In other words, it would have to be brought down to 650 square feet, or they would need to come back to council with a further application in order to keep the floor area at 850 square feet. In order for a land-based dwelling to be permitted on the property, the dwelling that's legal non-conforming in the boathouse would need to be rectified as well. So there's some moving parts to this. I think the main argument behind the increase in the floor area is the fact that there is a dwelling in the boathouse, and the increase in floor area is relatively minimal, recognizing that a much larger dwelling could be permitted on land. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. So just for clarification, that the applicant could have made the choice to turn the dwelling that is currently over the boathouse into a sleeping cabin and have what size of a dwelling on the mainland?
Ms. Walker.
So they would have to reduce the existing dwelling that's in the boathouse. It's currently about 1,700 square feet. They'd have to reduce that down to 650, and then they'd be permitted a 7,500 square foot dwelling on land.
So just as a supplemental
Yes.
to that, so in order to, the size and scale of this development is fairly modest compared to what they could have done if they chose to transfer the dwelling status to the sleeping cabin over the boathouse. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other clarifications? If I could ask one, I think another way of stating that would be if they decided to dismantle the dwelling above the boathouse and wanted to build a dwelling on the mainland or on the back from the water, they would, under current bylaws, be allowed to build 7,500 square feet, but they would need permission to leave the cabin at 850. They'd have to come back to committee and council for that. I think that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Carried. The next item is ZBA 34/23 with bylaw 2023-127, and that is Mr. Soya.
Thank you, and good morning, committee. The next application we heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 3423 in the name of BHR Properties Inc. This property is known municipally as 1025 Gray Street and is located at the intersection of Gray Street and Minto Street within the urban center of Bala. And here on screen, you can see the location and Minto Street, Gray Street, and just for reference, you can see the Bala water treatment plant to the north, the Bala Fire Hall to the south, and also at the further south there, the Bala Curling Club, and the railway to the east. Now this is on screen, the site plan that shows the proposed positioning of the building on the property. 4 townhouse dwelling units are proposed within this building as shown here. And the site plan, conceptual floor plans, elevation drawings are also included in today's agenda on page 48. The purpose and effect of the application is to rezone the subject property from community residential R1 to community residential medium density RM1. To facilitate the construction of townhouse dwelling units and to provide exemptions to permit a higher density and an increased number of driveways. In the medium density RM1 zone, a density of 12 dwelling units per acre is permitted. And in this case, the property has an area of 0.27 acres and 4 townhouse units are proposed, resulting in a density of 15 units per acre, and an exemption is therefore requested. The property has a frontage of 145 feet, and with this frontage, a maximum of 2 driveways are permitted. In this case, a separate driveway for each of the 4 townhouse units is proposed, and therefore an exemption is requested. Notices public meeting was circulated 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 6 submissions have been received to date. The District of Muskoka, the Township's Development Services Division, and the Township's Operational Services staff have advised they have no concerns with the application. Development Services staff have also advised that review of the appropriate exterior design and construction materials to satisfy spatial separations requirements of the Ontario Building Code will be completed at the time a building permit is applied for. Operational services staff have also advised that the District of Muskoka should be contacted to confirm servicing capacity, including provisions for water, wastewater, and fire flows. Also, such matters as stormwater management and the assignment of civic numbers to each of the units should be addressed through the site plan control process. The Township's Emergency Services Department has advised that the calculated response time is 8 minutes and that fire risks are present during the construction phase, and therefore pre-planning with the fire department is encouraged. One letter has been received from a member of the public. It is from Lisa Lubinsky, who is an owner of 1024 Gray Street, which is located directly on the opposite side of Gray Street to the southeast. It was received yesterday, and it reads as follows. Read it here. I'm writing with respect to the proposed zoning changes to 1025 Gray Street. I'm an owner of 1024 Gray Street, which is directly across the property in question. My family has owned the property at 1024 Gray Street since 1918, and I do not agree with building 4 townhouse units on such a small lot. The street is currently overrun with short-term rentals, including the property directly across on Minto Street beside the fire hall. There are at times over 15 vehicles parked in the street and on the lawn of this house, which we have never complained. Where will these vehicles be now? It is a quiet, dead-end residential street and should remain that way. Although I understand that it will bring in more revenue for the township with this build, I fail to understand why 4 units would be put on that property. This is most likely a corporation looking to build with no regard for the current landscape or atmosphere of the neighborhood. I'm also concerned about the integrity of our own building, which was built prior to 1900, as I am sure several days of blasting will be required to build 4 homes. Thank you for hearing my concerns. I would like to know of any further meetings and decisions that are made. And that's signed Lisa Lubinsky. And staff have prepared a detailed planning report and have recommended that the application be approved. And I have no further comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soya. I believe the applicant agent is Ms. Ledger, and she's in our chamber today. So welcome, Ms. Ledger. I think you know the routine.
I do. Thank you. Good morning to committee, chair and staff. Terry Ledger, 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, P0B1J0. So this is an exciting thing for me, some housing. I just want to sort of let you know that I've worked with Mr. Soya. Thank you. We started out with 8 units. We're down to 4. So we thought that was more fitting for the area. There are similar zoned parcels in the vicinity. So it's an opportunity to provide some housing here that's on municipal services, in walking distance, in town, all the things that we like to see. They are 4 separate units. So I think it's interesting because I was on site and it looks like the place across the street is a rooming house. That's what it looks like. So we're trying to avoid that. We actually want to provide attainable housing. So these are 2-bedroom. They meet all the setback requirements. That's the setback requirements. They meet lot coverage, height, all those things. So we try to minimize any extra asks other than the density, which just makes it a little more viable financially, obviously, for a developer, but also provides 1 more unit for housing, which is great. So some of the addressing some of the objections, I agree with. I think the problem is actually next door and not providing new housing that has driveways and garages. So this has a garage on the street level. So there shouldn't be any blasting as far as I can see. There's no basement. So you drive in, there's garage parking underneath. Then you have a main floor living. Then you have bedrooms on the 3rd floor. So I'm here to answer any questions. And thanks again to Sam. It's been a bit of we've worked through this. The 4 driveways, by the way, were requested by the township, not by us. So that's why we have to ask for the extra entries. But if you had 2 driveways, the actual width of those driveways are the same as having 4, which is why I was supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ledger. Do we have anybody who is wishing to speak in favor of the application? We'll get to questions in a minute. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? All right, I turn it over to committee with somebody just raised their hand. All right. Councillor Kent, we will have questions in a minute.
No problem.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me all right.
We can hear you fine. Name, address, and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead. We could hear you before.
There we go. How's that?
That's fine.
Sorry about that, guys. Good morning, everyone. My name is Noah Corhonen. I live at 1020 Gray Street, Bala, Ontario, P0C1A0. And I'm directly across the road from the proposed applicant. I'm here today to provide a public opinion as well as formally object to the application of the 1025 Gray Street. As a resident of the town of Bala, I do fully understand the economic benefit to additional affordable housing and how it is needed. However, with that being said, I do have significant concern over the height and size of the proposed building. I've read the report and I understand the point about the permitted height being the same as the adjacent lots and within the permitted amount. However, the maximum height on majority, if not all of these properties, has not been reached. Many of these homes, if not all in the neighborhood, were built more than 50 years ago and are single-story small bungalows. In any case, a high-level second-story building in this neighborhood is beyond rare, if not existent at all. This building will provide significant concern to all residents of the overlook into other properties, as well as a permanent disruption of the aesthetic of this neighborhood in Bala. It is going to be extremely out of place to have a 3-story townhouse at this size and height in the quaint neighborhood. I would advise the committee or council to review the recent building plans of the medium density housing built last year by Habitat for Humanity on the adjacent street, where medium density housing was achieved and built at a significantly lower and more suitable design and height for the neighborhood. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else coming into the queue? Okay. Councillor Zavitz had his hand up first, and then Councillor Kent. Questions to staff or the applicant?
Thank you, and through you to Ms. Ledger. I wonder if I could speak with you as it relates to and the other gentleman just raised the question of height. I see that you're suggesting and your plans are for a 35-foot high building. And this will speak to other matters later, but is there any particular reason? I mean, usually when we see submissions come forward where, you're looking for some sort of density, people usually come forward and ask for a higher building height, 42 feet, and I can add this and this. Can you speak to that at all? Just in terms of the mindset to this particular height, which is completely compliant.
And that was the whole reason, was to keep it compliant. We actually kept it compliant and tried to put a little peak on it as well, so it didn't look like such a block of housing in the neighborhood. And the height, as you can tell, is really a result of, we don't have 10-foot stories anywhere. These are pretty standard heights, and that was all to sort of keep it to a minimum. So although I understand and appreciate that the neighborhood is a little smaller, I think this is sort of a sign of the times that it would be lovely to develop 4 separate homes that are low and bungalow on separate lots at the tune of 800,000. So it makes it unattainable. And so these types of developments, I think, are something that we're going to see more of as we try and address the issues that we have with housing. So we did try to sort of keep it to what's allowable. Adding, we saw this last month, right? Adding another story would add another bedroom, which would be great, but then the price tag goes up for the per unit as well. So this keeps it attainable and keeps it, within what's allowable. So we thought that was probably the biggest bang for the buck, as it were, to fit a little better in the community. Yes, I appreciate everything that's saying. Trust me, I'm a heritage person, so this is, but I also appreciate sort of the demand and need for this type of project. And I think this area sort of lends itself to that, just sort of its location. And we tried to, that overlooking faces also the longer street rather than some of the other residential properties around. So those were some of the considerations, but the height we did try to keep down for that reason.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I again have a question for Ms. Ledger. On the same line of thought on height, could you just review for us what considerations were made for putting the parking below? Because I find when I look at the pictures of the units, it's the big garage underneath that makes it look so It takes away the quaintness of the neighborhood. It's the fact that it's above ground parking rather than below ground parking. I realize that would mean some blasting, but there's trade-offs. And I was wondering how much blasting would be required and whether you considered it.
Ms. Ledger?
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Yes, so there are considerations there. One of them is obviously financial. It has to be a viable project to move forward. Blasting would be a big deal. I have to say I haven't dug any holes to see what's there, but underground parking in northern communities, we try not to do that. The parking requirements, adding the garage was actually happened later because the zoning bylaw requests a certain amount of parking, and in order to get parking for the inhabitants of the building, but also guests, so we need 2 per unit. This was the most efficient way to get that in, so that you could park in underneath, but still have parking for someone who's visiting. So it was actually all about getting the appropriate number of parking spots.
The only reason I asked Ms. Ledger is that if you reduced the parking down and the building was lower to the ground and the parking was out front, it would certainly look less onerous on the neighborhood. I realize the underground issue doesn't work, but if you did not have covered parking to some degree in only one spot, it really would reduce the onerousness of the building height.
It would, but again, we're not asking for an exemption for height either, so.
I understand. I'm trying to respond to the
I know.
neighbors.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz, another question.
Thank you, and through you. So it was mentioned by one of the people that came forward about the Habitat for Humanity around the corner. And having been intimately involved in that project to its completion, certainly Councillor Nishikawa and myself as councillors, that turned out, and the mayor, that turned out to be a very expensive 1,720 square feet. Like, wow, 1 story, got completed, but here we are in the middle of COVID. Then my suggestion would be, is I guess in support of this application, is this looks like a really solid use of space, of the space that's afforded. And so I think that's why staff has come forward with a recommendation, and I certainly support it. Thank you.
So there wasn't a question, Councillor Zavitz? All right, next time. Any other questions from committee? No more questions and no more comments. Very well. Haven't read the resolution yet. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommended Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 34/23 bylaw 2023-127 be approved. Any discussions and questions or concerns? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I do find this application appropriate for this location. Interestingly enough, I've watched this lot. I never understood why this lot didn't get developed. And I've been spending a lot of time looking for places to people to because we have very little land left in Bala, or quite frankly, anything that has sewer and water available. And it is interesting because the problems I would suggest in that area, we created, our township created, because we allowed this rooming house to be built. And it is true, you can see a dozen cars parked on the lawn and then on the street. It is not a pretty area, but I will say that the reason why I think this location is good as well is because the proximity of the railroad tracks. It's not a $1 million neighborhood for a single family residence. I would just say that. So I think this is very appropriate in my opinion. And also I agree with Terry, because I thought when somebody was concerned about the blasting, I don't see when and how or why you would blast in that particular location, just because of the other neighboring properties and the lowness of the way the street goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I did hear when the delegates discuss about the parking issue on the street, and I don't know the street. I've never traveled down it. And I'm sorry, I'm not aware of the parking bylaws, but for a future consideration, perhaps we need to consider changing the parking restriction in that area. That's just a suggestion for my fellow councillors in that area to think about. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Burry.
Thank you. Through you. I think this is exactly the kinds of thing, housing development we ought to be doing. I'm very pleased to see we're moving away from the banana. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anybody. I'm really pleased that the applicants come through with this. I think it's a tasteful design. I'm glad that planning has been able to make this work. If we're going to talk about housing, we're going to have to walk about housing, and good on you. Thank you.
Can anybody top that? All right.
I like to go.
All right. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much. The next application is ZBA 3523, bylaw 2023-128. And Ms. Walker, again, welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 3523, bylaw 2023-128 in the name of 1377-135 Ontario Inc. The subject property is known municipally as 1021 Gordon Street. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 75 of the agenda package. It's also up on the screen in front of you. The applicant is proposing to rezone part of the subject lot from community industrial, light industrial M1 to community commercial marina C2. The part of the lot that's to be rezoned is hatched on the site plan on the screen. Proposing to construct a rooftop sun deck on an existing store that exceeds the maximum permitted length and is within the required side yard setbacks. There is also a proposal to construct a new accessory showroom and staff quarters building that will exceed the maximum permitted height. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance, and 4 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting and can be read in full at the requested committee. After the comments were circulated, a letter of objection was received from Ken Pierce on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association. The letter is as follows. Dear Chair Bosenworth and councillors, on behalf of the MLA, we wanted to express some concerns we have with the proposed redevelopment. While the proposed sun deck on top of the existing legal non-complying store out over the water will result in greater intensity of use and will affect the privacy and quiet enjoyment of the neighboring properties, and is a concern, and the proposed overheight retail showroom and staff quarters building at 48 feet, 13 feet over the permitted 35 feet is also a concern. Our primary concern relates to the proposed staff housing. The staff report on page 5, third item, when referring to the official plan, states that additionally, it encourages staff housing for all commercial development, as staff housing will enable commercial businesses to attract skilled and qualified workers to the area by providing housing options. The township's new official plan envisions staff quarters as part of the marina operation. The proposed building will provide 10 housing units, 2 3-bedroom units and 8 1-bedroom units. Therefore, there will be 14 bedrooms, assuming 2 people per bedroom. This would mean potentially 28 people in total. We note staff housing is an accessory use, the main uses being a gas bar, marina, and service shop. We have difficulty understanding how a small marina such as this would require staff housing on site for 10 or more staff. We encourage planning committee to make it clear that the applicant that staff housing is an accessory use and that it is not to be used as a hotel for short-term rental accommodations or for high-density residential use on the waterfront. I prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended ZBA 3523, bylaw 2023-128 be approved. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I believe the applicant's agent is Ms. Ledger again. I think you could save the 5 seconds on your address. We probably already know that.
So this is a similar vein, but a different application. There are 3 parts to it. So the first one is rezoning the industrial, and that looks to me like a leftover from a change. So we just wanted to bring the whole property and do the purpose. So that's the first one. The second one is adding the sun deck on top of the marina. I don't know if everybody's familiar with Delco Marina, but it's just a little tiny store, so they just need to add some seating on top. The neighboring property would be a lumber yard, so I don't think it's going to affect any residential use in the area, and the propane yard, of course, right? So it's kind of a commercial area anyway, and this the store is actually to that side, whereas the residential areas to their own.
Sorry, I think the mic is off.
Mike?
Yeah.
Oh,
They're not able to hear you on Zoom.
thank you. Sorry, Sally.
I'm sorry.
All right, well,
Do I need to repeat?
yes, I'm afraid so.
I'll be quicker this time. Does my 5 minutes start again?
No, we'll restart the 5.
Nobody wants.
Yeah.
Thank you. Terry Ledger, I am the agent for the applicant. So there are 3 parts to this application. The first being a change in zoning. So the industrial zone in the hatched portion of the site plan, I believe, is a result of a change in lot lines at one time. So we're bringing the entire property under the appropriate zone of C2 for marina. The second is a little sun deck area on top of the existing store, which is out on the dock, which brings into the exemptions, the 3 exemptions for that. This store is located towards the commercial area as opposed to residential. So we believe the impact from anyone using the sun deck will be during operating hours of regular commercial activity. And the impact on residential is a minimum. And the third, which is probably the more important issue, is the height on the staff showroom building. Some of the height, actually the height was originally designed to meet, to be compliant. And then after last month's meeting, I realized that the little access houses on top to get to the roof should need to be included in height. So that a lot of that height is because of those. So if you just take to the top of the building, it was meant to comply. It has also come up that there's a bit of a slope. So I think we might have been a couple feet over on the front end of that as well. So it's not meant to be a big building. It was for the access to get that extra height to get up onto the roof. I appreciate the concern for short-term rental being used here. That is, I can assure you that is not the case. This is a family-run business. And right now they're living in Gravenhurst and Bracebridge, and so they're coming in. We actually had applied for to rebuild the house. There was a dwelling on site, and then it just made sense to combine what they needed for that. So we would withdraw that application if this gets approved, so that the families are there during the operating months. So the 2 larger units are for the owners and the manager of the property, and then the other units are for people who work there. So it is meant to be for staff, so that they can reside on site, not all over the place and driving in every day. It complies with all the setbacks and everything else. It's really just the height on this so that they could have some access to the roof deck. And I'm sure that I think the neighbors behind probably have concerns, but I think that it also helps sort of block the activity of what's going on in the marina. There's a lot of action in there, boat storage, etc. And this will almost act as a buffer, but we're also working on a site plan agreement to add some plantings and buffer that area from the neighboring residential properties as well. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have anybody else wishing to speak in favor? We will have questions. Councillors or committee members will have questions after. No, we have nobody. Do we have anybody wishing to speak against this application? Good morning. Please come up. If you just state your name and address, and you have a full 5 minutes.
My name is Darius Knight. I have a summer residence at 1021 McDonald Road, Unit 7. Our property looks directly across at the marina that's being proposed. I've been a strong supporter of Muskoka for 36 years. We've been very, very happy in the area. And like all of us, we've seen dramatic change in development. We recognize the importance of multi-unit structures being built, such to me, but we've also been exposed to some more challenging situations. Next door to us, there's a 3,000 square foot building cottage that is a year-round Airbnb. The owners have never set foot on this property in years, and it's for rent constantly. I can only tell you the challenges we've gone through with noise and disruption, multiple cars, and other cottages in our area that are being rented in a similar fashion. It's a pattern, it's a change, and it's a concern. When I look at the building in question, the first thing that comes to mind is that, again, in the 36 years of boating on Lake Muskoka, every time I've gone to get gas, whether it was at Bala Cove or any of the other large marinas, they're being supported by summer students. You talk to these summer students, they're cottagers. They love the fact that they can stay at the cottage all summer and have a great job to help put them through university. 2 of my daughters did exactly the same thing, working in local businesses in the Bala area. When I look at this building, I ask myself, what is the requirement for staff? I called 3 marinas, all on Lake Muskoka. Not one of them, not one, house any summer students. They have no staff quarters whatsoever. And these are far, far larger marinas. When I look at this building at the height of 48 feet, and the fact that it is actually 3 floors of 7,000 square feet, that's 21,000 square feet of building that is right at the edge of the 66-foot setback on 47 feet of frontage. How can we say that that's compliant when the average cottage owner, as I'm aware, needs 200 feet of frontage to put 1 domicile? This is a building that is, or a property that's very much used by the residents of Bala Park Island and many other individuals who need access to their non-road access properties. To add this level of intensification is very, very hard for me to understand. Those units, those 10, we'll call them domiciles, but I see them as short-term rentals, are going to add a tremendous amount of disruption to the area. And for the comments about rooftop decks, sound travels across water very, very easily. We are constantly disrupted with sound at all hours of the night when people are at the water's edge carrying on. The attraction of this building is, and let's assume those two double-story apartments, which by the way, show two dens. Now, how many people have homes with two dens? If you look closely, you can actually have 5 bedrooms in those 2 units. But let's assume that those need to be occupied by the owners. The other 8 units are very, very attractive for one simple reason: access to Lake Muskoka. That's a huge concern. It creates an environment to encourage people with boats who want to enjoy the benefits of Lake Muskoka by participating in those short-term rentals. And I just don't know how you can approve a building of that size and scope, 48 feet high, a huge eyesore on the landscape, totally exposed to Valla Bay. It just doesn't seem to fit the planning committee's long-term plans and direction. It's about the location and the proximity to the lake on, again, 47 feet of frontage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Are there any online? No hands? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Knight. All right, questions to committee for the applicant or staff? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I guess to Ms. Ledger again. And I'm not sure if we can put this up, but figure 7 in our file shows a picture from the dock of the marina, I guess the gas dock, over towards what is being, I guess, presented as Weismiller lumber yard, if you will. So I would draw your attention to that photo. On that photo, do you see anywhere where there's lumber stored, trucks activity in terms of a lumber yard? This would appear, for every intents and purpose, and in all my 70 years, has been a residential waterfront usage for people that happen to own all of that property. So I guess my point is, we have some of certainly the neighbors on both sides of this particular development, proposed development here in the room. I do understand the notion of 47 feet. Again, I don't think we can consider that. I mean, this is a commercial enterprise and essentially always has been. But I am very concerned about dialogue with the neighbors. This 48 feet, I don't know why, and we're seeing these applications lately where everybody wants to seem to go up on the roof. And so, I mean, I'm not sure why you'd want to be up 48 feet looking down at boats and cars because of the way you're positioning the building. I mean, it's, if you will, lengthwise on the property. So what you've got here for me is certainly there's a lot of questions that I don't think have been answered. I don't understand. I won't support anything over 35 feet. I wouldn't in this case. And I'm wondering.
We are in question period at the moment.
Well, so I guess my question would be to Ms. Ledger, 35 versus 48. Why?
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Yes. So the difference is 35 is the top of the roof. So that's what it is. The extra height is for those acts to get up onto the roof. So it has to be covered because it goes through the apartment. So the front 2 units are 2-story, and then they have access to the roof. None of the rest of the units do. That part of the roof will be used for mechanical. So it's cut off. It's really just privacy for these 2. They're the only 2 to be used. And it's mainly because it's a marina property. So if you want to sit outside, that's probably going to be the best place for a family. But I agree, it's probably not the greatest view looking down on people, but it is restricted only to those 2 front units. So the height is 35 feet in essence of the building. So the extra is for that access cover. That's where the extra height comes in. So take those out and then you just walk outside and walk up and it complies.
Ms. Walker, could you talk to the height? I think Ms. Ledger's referenced 35 feet. But the total is 48, so, and 48 minus 8 is 40. So could you clarify your thoughts on that, please?
Yep, so I think Ms. Ledger's description is fairly accurate. To the top of the actual roof is about 35 feet. But then once you add the railing and the access points to the roof, it does exceed, it goes up to 48 feet. So it's that additional access and those railings around the rooftop that contribute to the access height.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kent and then Mayor Kelly.
Hi there. Again, this is from Ms. Ledger. I just trying to understand and it's not clear, the Cove, I've not been to this marina. I'm a Cove Foots Bay person. Is this the same family? Is this all, are these all Cove? Are all these Cove properties owned by the same people? And is it possible they're intending to use some of this housing for housing staff from other locations? I guess my second question related to that is, I've seen staff housing in a lot of locations, and this is quite elegant in terms of the size of the properties. People on Muskoka Lakes Golf and Country Club share dorm rooms. These kids can share dorm rooms. They don't need to be in such a fancy building. I was just wondering what the thought behind that was, because it looks like a lot for staff housing. I understand the 2-by-3 bedroom units, but the other 8 bedrooms with all the stuff that goes with them is quite significant for summer staff housing.
Ms. Ledger.
And most of these, yeah.
Sure, yeah, I'll go into a little better explanation. It might be helpful for a lot of people. I wanted to first just sort of address a little bit of the height, if you don't mind, and then I'll answer your question directly. 35 feet, we realized that the front of the building, the land obviously slopes down. So the showroom is actually dictating a lot of this, particularly the footprint. So that area and the height. So the showroom is about 14 to 16 feet high. We're trying to figure that out, and the front might be dropped, and that's because you're bringing boats in and out. So you need some height. So that really sort of squashed any usable space above. The first 2 units, so this is not the same as all the other coves. This is a family bought this, although it's through a corporation. It's actually a family. So actually most of the units will be filled with family members who are working there, and then extra for staff. But getting the single units was just so that there were more viable options for staff, which isn't to say they couldn't be done the same way as the others. It was really a question of, we needed that area below for the footprint for the showroom. So we ended up, that's how many you can fit. So that's what we've asked for. And then anyway, which goes back to the height. So if the fronts drop down 2 to 3 feet because of the slope of the land, add that to 35. Now you're 38, and then 10 feet is to get that roof and stairway walking. It could come down a bit. It could be 45. We left it at 48. Just, we didn't want to have to come back in case things changed. But the actual base building is 35 feet, if that makes sense. So there is some discrepancy. If you wanted to bring it down to a different number, then we'd have to work within that. And at the end of the day, we'll work within the 35 feet if we have to, but we're here to ask. So I just wanted you to understand that's how we got to those numbers. Thank you.
Supplemental, Councillor Kent? You're on mute. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, sorry. Ms. Ledger, is this the 8-by-1 bedrooms? Are those intended for family members, or are they intended for literally summer hires?
Both.
And would the applicant be willing to commit there'd never be any short-term rentals here?
That's not the intent. I don't know how you do that, though. That would be a legal issue, I would think.
I'm just.
But
it looks like really a lot of space for a small marina. It looks like a lot of space. That's my question.
No, I agree. But like I said, they're all over the place right now. And you know, my concerns are the same as anybody in the community. I live on the lake. I have commercial properties. I have residential properties. I have the same concerns. And quite frankly, I wouldn't be doing it if that were the intent. So I'll throw that out there. That's as much as I can give you, but it is a result of all those different elements coming in, the showroom size. The owners want to be there. They want something nice, obviously. That's why it's nice. And their family members. And then if they have room for staff, extra staff, that's perfect. When and if they need them, they've invested a lot of, I don't know if anybody's been watching, but they're investing a lot of money and time into this to make it and improve it, which I think we need desperately, especially marina properties. So I'm working with them it's on a bigger scale, but all I can do is give you my word and assurance as far as I know. But other than that, I think it's hard to sort of draw some lines in the sand there on that issue.
Thank you.
Mayor Kelly and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'll have two questions. First for Ms. Ledger, if please, and then I'm going to come back and ask one of staff. Good morning.
Morning.
Is just a question. Was this particular marina open through the winter last year? Do we know? Is it a 12-month operation, or is it pretty much seasonal, confined to cottage time?
It's pretty much, I'd say it's longer than just cottage time because they're there before and after. But I think like during midwinter, it's pretty much shut down. Yeah.
And are these, thank you. And are these 8 units, all of them winterized and heated and ready to go 12 months?
The whole entire building will be, yes.
Okay.
So I guess there's the potential, and you know, the family may decide to move up. So that may be part of it as well. But I think the actual operations of the marina are sort of 9 to 10 months of the year as opposed to 12.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm just going to direct to staff, probably to Director Pink. We went through this exercise elsewhere where people were building faux resorts. They were really residential properties masked as resorts. And maybe this is the beginning of a different trend where we're building faux staff housing, which is actually operated as short-term rentals or permanent residents. And I'm curious to know what, if anything, do we have to anticipate that and to regulate that and to make sure that it's actually used for the purpose that it's intended to be and for which it's zoned. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. I'd say on the onset, admittedly, it will be a challenge, no question. There's a gray area there. We're not permitted to plan or zone for people. We're permitted to control land use. I think the only comfort I can give you is this zone, community commercial, does not permit a multiple residential use. So if we do see these units advertised as a short-term rental, I think that would be some evidence that it's not being used as staff quarters. They're being used as a residential use. In which case, I think we could take action, and it may be a slight benefit to having a short-term rental licensing bylaw so we can monitor and track that. So I think we would be able to, admittedly, it might be difficult. We could, I believe, enforce if we see rental activity. But as to defining, again, whether the people who are residing are in fact staff or family members or general members of the public, would admittedly be a challenge. But I think we need to balance that, though, as well, as we've heard endless applications here with developments that we want to see staff housing. We're encouraging staff housing. So now when we see it, it's challenging to turn around and see the first proposal and say, well, we don't want it now. I think we need to be cognizant of that. It is needed. It's sorely needed. But it admittedly will be a challenge to ensure that it's in fact used for that purpose.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I think I'm choosing which one I'm going to pick on, but sorry, through you to, I'm going to say Bryce. At what point, or how do we analyze that in fact the main use of a property has changed? When where I'm going with this is that I look at this, and again, from my experience in actually running a marina and then also having family running a marina. And I know about the amount of staff, and I'm very involved with a couple of other marinas and things. But I feel that this actually the main use will be these residential units. And so that's what I'm questioning. And then the same would be in following up with the mayor in how, you know, this marina, in my experience, has always been shut down. It's shut down now, right? So that's where I'm trying to understand what is the main use really of this property going to be.
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair Bosworth, great question. I think it can be somewhat subjective. As we know, on properties, there are main permitted uses and there are accessory uses. I think in this case, when you look at the property, I'm looking at the site plan right now and I'm seeing, you know, 3 large boat storage buildings. You know, with more than 14,000 square feet of floor area. There's docks, there's a store with a rooftop sun deck proposed. My understanding is that the store sells ice cream. And I think when you look at the proposed building, the entire first floor is intended to be a showroom. So I think, you know, we're comfortable with the fact that the property is going to be a marina first and foremost. And I think we have to be careful not to call them residential units. That's not what's proposed. I think staff quarters are proposed. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz, then Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And not to belittle the point. So we need this marina, and welcome to the people that have purchased it. And certainly I appreciate the economic development they're contributing. That having been said, it's the only marina, you know, there's this marina.
Councillor Zavitz.
Yeah.
If you have some opinion, could you save it till after we've read the resolution? If you have a question.
Yeah, I have a question.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so to my point, and I think it helps to sort of preface and give some context. This is a very small piece of property. And I'm very concerned about the compression of all the, you know, humanity, the boats, the cars. And I wonder if I could ask Ms. Ledger, have you considered density on this piece of property? I mean, I know you're taking the house down. Could you speak to that?
Ms. Ledger?
Absolutely, through you. Yes, so it does meet lot coverage requirements right now. And the owners have actually tried to purchase the propane property. They've approached Wise Millers to get more property. So they are aware of that as well. We do meet zoning bylaw requirements with this proposal. So, but it's a commercial property. I think that, you know, so it's allowed a certain level of densification that's greater than a residential, for instance. So, but we do fall within that. I think the other sort of benefit to this property is that it's on town services, which is kind of nice. So that helps with the, helps allow us to be a denser use where we can. And so that's one of these areas. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. I believe the question was just answered, but I am going to ask so I have a clear understanding. There's currently a residence on this property that I believe the previous owners lived in year-round. And I think I've heard that that would be removed. Is that the intention in order to?
Ms. Ledger?
Yes, thank you. Yes. So the intent, we do have a demolition permit already for that building, for the dwelling. We were originally going to replace it with a 3-story dwelling. But since then, you know, tried to roll it into the show. So it's all part and part. So we would remove that building and it would become incorporated within the new building.
I do. You might as well stay.
Yeah, and we do have a building permit for the new dwelling, which we would remove obviously when this happened.
Can I have a couple more?
Yes, of course.
Is that,
yep.
You might as well stay.
Okay.
Is there currently a showroom on site?
There is. Well, yeah, it's
I'm asking Ms. Ledger
Yes.
for a reason, because I think this connects directly with the main use of the property.
Right, so right now there are several buildings, outbuildings. I basically am going by the label from the site plan from the surveyor, and that's what it was labeled as: showroom. There was a service building, there's a bunch of smaller buildings, so all of those buildings will be removed. Most and a few of them are within the 66-foot setback, so they will be removed. The new building will meet setback requirements off the lake, so we're actually moving development away from the lakeshore. But so it's good. Basically, this one building will be replacing all those separate buildings.
So I do have some familiarity with this property, and I'm trying to understand, and perhaps I could direct it to staff. Is that okay for a moment?
Yep.
Because I think this will help us all understand what might be happening here. How many of the extra buildings and outbuildings are being removed in order to replace it with this?
Ms. Walker.
Hear you.
Mhm.
There is a workshop that's attached to one of the storage buildings that's labeled to be removed. It's in dashed lines on the portion to be rezoned on your site plan. There's a showroom building being removed that's kind of directly behind the docks that are currently on the property that's shown to be removed. It's in the front yard currently. It's the wood building, or the more wood-sided building on the photos. And the existing dwelling is proposed to be removed. However, there is a building permit to replace that dwelling at this point. But it sounds like if this building is approved, the owners don't have an intent to actually go through with that dwelling at this time.
May I continue? Just
Yes,
I
please.
kind of feel like I'm interrogating, but I'm just trying to get us my understanding.
Fair enough.
So what is the cumulative reduction of a footprint by the removal of all of these other buildings to go into the one building?
So the lot coverage existing would be 22, just over 22% on the property. It will be increasing to just under 25%.
Okay.
And they're permitted, that does not, I would say the 25% does not include the proposed dwelling that has a building permit, because that's not constructed at this time and it's not included on the site plan. And you're permitted to have up to 35% on a C2 property.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth, and just thank you, Ms. Walker, for your explanation. Just to put it in simple terms, I think ultimately what's happening here is the overall square footage of buildings on the property will increase by just over 2,000 square feet. About 2,235 square feet will be the increase in floor area, accounting for the removal of some existing buildings and the proposed building.
Okay.
I would just note that the maximum permitted lot coverage on the property is 35%, and the overall development is compliant with that.
One more, Ms. Mazin.
Well, I think I'd like to hear from Ms. Walker, if I may, first,
Yep.
because I think she wanted to add.
I just wanted to clarify too, that's only considering the footprints of the building. That's not taking into question the total floor
Right.
area of all the stories.
Okay,
of
thank
each
you.
building.
And if I could finally ask, I'm trying to connect with what the question was with Councillor Nishikawa about use. And because knowing this property, I hadn't been clear that there was a showroom. So now having a showroom with living accommodations above it, I'm assuming that's okay, because it wouldn't be recommended otherwise. Where am I going with my question? Oh, is that how we can determine then that this is a main use, is having that building and that use underneath versus?
Counselor or Mr. Sharp, sorry, just taking a note here. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think you raised
Christmas time.
Thank you, Chair. I think you raise a great point. The existing showroom is approximately 1,200 square feet in size. The proposed showroom on the first floor would be about 7,000 square feet. So in fact, you could argue that the larger showroom is bringing it, you know, it's more in line with what, you know, you would envision for a marina. You're increasing the overall marina space on the property with a larger showroom.
Right.
Okay.
Can I have one more? No, I'll listen to everybody else. I might have.
All right. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. One item that hasn't been addressed that I'm concerned about is, you know, I know it's a marina. I know you have island properties who park there. With all the new housing that's going in and the existing parking, I don't see any discussion of parking anywhere. And it's obviously, each of these units should have some parking, shouldn't they?
Ms. Walker.
Question for Ms. Walker or Ms. Lesger.
No, that's a great point. The proposed building will be subject to site plan control, so all parking requirements would be dealt with by staff at that stage of the process. So we will all the parking would have to be compliant on site, and they'd have to demonstrate that there is parking for each of the units on site.
My concern being that the parking required for the housing units takes away from parking that is currently available for tenants of the marina who are parking and going to their waterfront their water access only properties. And I don't see, I would have thought that before this got approved, we would have had a map of where the parking goes.
Ms. Walker, Mr. Sharp, do you want to address that? And I'd like to get Ms. Ledger's opinion on island parking. Or parking for islanders.
Yes, through you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Kent. I can, Ms. Walker can clarify if needed, but there are parking spaces shown on the site plan. The property is a little over 2 acres in size. I don't think parking or compliance with parking is a concern for staff. Ms. Walker correctly pointed out through the site plan process, site plan will be submitted and parking will be shown on those detail on that site plan submitted as part of that application that staff will deal with. Thank you.
Ms. Ledger, could you talk to us about parking for the islanders?
Are you sure you want me to talk? This is one of my, my issues. I think that we should look at not severing island properties until we have adequate parking on mainland for those properties, but that's a bigger issue that I would love to delve into, but I won't do that today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And
I wouldn't let you.
No,
I was far enough.
I'm sure. So yes, I actually we have worked on some of the parking spots here. It hasn't become an issue. It looks like there's plenty. And I think that ideally, the owners are actually looking to find off-site boat storage, which would also help a lot. So we're working on that as well. So I really don't think parking's an issue here. I think that's something, fortunately, which tends to be an issue on most marina properties, but this one has enough space. I think it looks like it's just fine.
Thank you very much.
Can I just supplemental?
A supplemental, yes.
Well, thank you. My concern with parking is really as simple as if you add parking for the building, are you taking parking away from the islanders? Because that happened obviously at the Mortimer's Point with this last big development. I think it was Mesa Island. I forget the name.
Meta Island. Very familiar.
Meta Island. Thank you. And I just want to make sure that the islanders who've been there for 50 years are not going to be displaced by new parking requirements. That was the essence of the question.
Ms. Ledger, that's a pretty direct question.
Yes. So I have to admit that I am unaware of how many islanders park and use this property. I don't know. But I can say that as we are increasing sort of, if you look at showroom space, I have to, when I'm doing calculations for parking, that's called retail space. So it would be the same for a clothing store and a boat showroom. So you can imagine how many people come to see a boat showroom. The required space is big because boats are big. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be filled with the same density of people. So I suspect, and this is just my logical mind working, that you actually have a bigger area or required more parking, but actually for less people. So I think that it would probably offset some of that, but all I can do is use the math that's I've been told to use, that are requirements of the zoning bylaw. That's all I can do is provide that, and I can tell you that it does meet that. But I also think, my opinion, that it will create more parking, if that makes sense. But I mean, that is something I can, maybe the owners know how many people use that to park and go to the island. I really can't answer that. So.
Thank you very much. Councillor Burry.
Thank you, sir. And through you, Ms. Ledger, back to the podium. Would your clients consider eliminating the rooftop deck and therefore the need for egress to the rooftop, which would bring you into compliance with the 35 feet? Take away some of the other residents' issues with noise travel. It would take away a whole pile of the issues. I think that
it removes the discussion. Yes,
I think we're at that's where the issues are, at least for me. There's the setback. There's just so many issues with noise travel, and I mean, I'll come out. I despise rooftop decks. They're after dark. They're just no good at all. And I think that, you know, we do need more housing. I'm not going to debate whether it's short-term rental. Hopefully we'll be able to catch that as we put in something for short-term rentals. But I think eliminating the rooftop deck and the egress brings you down to 35 feet, and we could probably drive on.
Okay, so yes, I'm sure they would be open to anything. I think maybe if you are considering that and the height is an issue, well, it does seem to be an issue. I think because we had at one time discussed only a 2-story, but that changes things. But if we do the 3-story, I think if we could have a few feet just for the main floor and maybe remove the access to the roof, I could probably sort of the 38 to 40 feet might work.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just clarify that the railing in this case would be included in the height.
Oh.
I don't believe, based on the elevation drawing, that it's clear what the resultant height would be if we're only measuring to the top of the railing. I don't know if Ms. Ledger can clarify that, or Ms. Walker, but I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Ms. Walker.
It would be about 41 feet to the top of the railing, which I believe is required just for access for maintenance purposes to the roof to have a railing up there. I could be incorrect. Mr. Sharp can jump in, I think.
Thanks. I'd actually look to Ms. Ledger. She's more qualified than I am with respect to the Ontario Building Code. Perhaps Mr. Snyder's listening in as well. Thank you.
Ms. Ledger, do you have some thoughts?
Yes, I mean, Sarah, so I would have to provide some kind of access to get up there, whether it would be exterior then. So, you know, we have a lot of basically for safety for fire and exiting. We have that's why you see decks on both sides of the building and all the stairs. That's what that's all about. So it would have to continue to the roof for access if we remove the other ones. And we would need some kind of safety railing, so that would come into effect. So if you take 35 feet to the building, 42 inches would be the railing height for the guard. So that's 3.5 feet. So that's 38.5. So, you know, if we go to that 40 number, that would probably eliminate those access covered areas for the units.
Mr. Sharp, and then Director Pink.
Thank you for indulging me. And I was just going to mention that if this is the direction that Planning Committee wants to take, there could be a minor amendment, of course, to update the schedule and to the bylaw. And the schedule could specifically stipulate that the rooftop is mechanical or mechanical area and roof. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you. I think Mr. Sharp essentially said what I was thinking. I'm not sure if the two rooftop accesses and the numerical height variance is really what council or committee has a concern with. It's more the use of the roof as a sun deck, and it appears as if the applicant's agent is implying that that could be reduced or eliminated entirely. So through changes to the bylaw, we could stipulate that that rooftop is not to be used for that purpose, or at least put a square footage or a percentage that may be deemed appropriate. And then we can certainly work out with railings or the access what the ultimate height needs to be. But that could certainly either be done through a deferral if you wish, or certainly I would imagine quite easily done in between planning committee to council if committee wants to move that along. But I think the main point is keep in mind you have a bylaw in front of you. So as much as it is permitted, you can, because you have a request in front of you, put limitations or controls or restrictions on the size of the rooftop sun deck.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. And I think to Director Pink's point, if we've sort of begun the horse trading stage, I'll phrase this as a question to Ms. Ledger, and that would be that on many occasions we have, with the proximity to neighbors on other files, we have actually asked the people, deferred the file for a month, asked the people to go away, meet, and come to some sort of equitable terms, some sort of a comfort zone, which I don't believe we have here right now. No matter what we do with, at 35 feet, I'm just going to be a stickler. I'm not going to support anything above 35 feet, no matter what that looks like. But my point is, I think the public who are right here, who are the people that are living on either side of this proposed development, if we were to give them 30 days to go away and have a talk about it, and perhaps not so much, just understand better the file. I don't think that's hasn't happened. And I would ask for, I guess, a deferral. And if that's a question to Ms. Ledger, would they be interested in a deferral to have that dialogue with the public? Thank you.
Ms. Ledger, question for you.
Yeah, I think, if 35 is your limit, then it's irrelevant because that's allowed and permitted.
That's just Councillor Zavitz's opinion.
Yes.
The question
fair enough.
relates to.
So the question is, yeah, so I'm sure that the owner would, I believe he's actually watching the meeting, but there's no doubt in my mind that he'd be willing to speak with neighbors. We would like to not hold this up, but there is time in between now and council, certainly, and we could come back to council with, some what resulted from the discussions. Absolutely.
Not at this time, sorry. Mr. Sharp, do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, can we work that could we work that processing? Or Director Pink?
Thank you. Certainly, I think staff would always encourage owners and applicants to work together amicably. I just wanted to point out that committee regularly defers matters for applicants and neighbors to work out, and it doesn't happen. I think what you also need to be cognizant of as a result of changes from the province, likely any deferral would result in a return of application fees to this applicant. So I think you need to keep that in mind every time you do defer decision making, as much as it was under the guise of housing, which doesn't entirely relate to most of our applications. Really, any deferral of any sort will likely result in a return of application fees to applicants. So just something to keep in mind.
Councillor Mazin, then Councillor Kent.
Thank you, and through you. And I'm just, this is actually a question for you, perhaps. I'm wondering, it's sounding like the applicant is online. It's sounding like Ms. Ledger is open to some of the ideas or suggestions, but probably would feel comfort speaking to the applicant. Would we be able to take a 10 or 15-minute comfort break and come back and finish this to get a lot? Would that be, from a process standpoint, something that, and it would allow us to at least have a clarity as to if we choose to defer, it's exactly why, and if not, what would happen between now and council? It would just give us all a chance to really.
Ms. Ledger, would you appreciate a few minutes to be able to speak with your owners? All right, well, let's do that. We will take it's our standard time for taking a break. We will take a break until 11:15. And we'll try to wrap this up when we come back. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I think the entire council chambers is muted currently. You're still not able to hear on Zoom.
Then that must be.
Is it true that we were muted? All right.
Need me to repeat?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
We don't see Councillor Kent back yet, so. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. This is a separate question, but it is something that is on my mind. I'm trying to understand the difference between how one defines staff residence over residential use. I've heard staff bring this up now a few times, that we have to be very clear that this is staff housing. So I don't know.
Mr. Pink, Mr. Sharp, Ms. Walker.
Take the first stab at it, and I think it's similar to through the chair. Thank you. Similar to the previous response I gave, it will be a challenge. Obviously, we can't define the people or plan for people, but obviously staff quarters is defined as employees of a business. So the difference will be, again, as I earlier alluded to, I think if we see it being rented as a short-term rental, I think that's an indication it's not an employee of a business that's residing there. If it's something else, a longer-term rental, I think it would be a challenge for staff to enforce or determine who it, in fact, the inhabitants are and where they're working for. Besides perhaps the short-term rental licensing bylaw plug, another plug perhaps for benefit of community planning permit system. I think we've heard a lot of discussion today about wanting to see some of these details. This might be a good situation where an agreement on title could try to stipulate or control, at least put owners and future owners on notice that, you know, what's the permitted use here. We really don't have that tool in front of us with a zoning bylaw. That's not what site plan is used for. But through community planning permit system, you can impose conditions. And one of those conditions can be an agreement on title, and you have a bit more flexibility. So again, just foreshadowing a bit of our later discussion today, but here's a benefit where you could get creative in that. And I think it's sort of where we're going here. There's concerns about who's going to reside there. At least you could put some conditions on title in addition to the bylaw. So at least an attempt to control it or enforce it going forward.
Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Kent. Oh, you want a supplemental?
Very quick supplemental. I just want clarity on the employees of a business. Does it have to be the business that's on site, or is it staff housing that could be for another business?
Mr. Pink.
Thank you, through you. So currently the zoning bylaw does stipulate it's for the employees of the business on site. And that's something certainly we could look at. I think it's a needed resource township wide for a number of businesses. I guess I'd pose the question to committee if employees of the Key to Bala or other restaurants resided in this structure, would that be a bad thing? Likely not. That's something we could explore. I mean, you could explore that through amendments here, but likely better to look at through the update to the zoning bylaw that's coming up, whether we want to provide some added flexibility there to allow really any staff of any business, not just those on the site itself.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to David. Mr. Pink, wonder further to what you've just said, and creative thinking, I suppose. One of the things we're being asked today is to accept a rezone, if you will. Is that the right zoning? I mean, to Marina, is that in your mind? Clearly, I mean, you're approving it. Could you speak to that in terms of, is there, you know, to Councillor Mazan's point, is there a different zoning that we could look at that would provide some of these assurances that we're looking at?
Director Pink.
Thank you. To put the proposal into perspective, I think as Ms. Ledger has pointed out several times, what you have in front of you or the proposed development largely complies with the zoning bylaw. If you remove the two accesses and the height, the proposed building is actually in the existing waterfront community commercial C2 zone. Staff quarters is allowed. It's allowed 32 feet tall. They comply with coverage. They'll comply with parking, setbacks, everything. It's really those two access points and perhaps a railing that's exceeding height limitations. The rezoning aspect is really just a portion of the, I don't know if it's the east or north side of the property that I think is a bit of a historical error in our zoning because of a prior use in the adjacent neighboring property. So it's moving that area of the property from an industrial zone, which likely we would all agree is not appropriate on the waterfront, to just be consistent across the property, C2. So actually most of the exemptions you see have to do with the deck over the retail store on the other part of the property. All the discussion and concerns I'm hearing from neighbors and committee revolve around the staff quarters building. That showroom and staff quarters is in a zone that allows that. That is not proposed to be rezoned, and it complies short of height. And again, as much as numerically it looks like a large increase to height, it's really just as a result of essentially 2 access hatches. I think it's beneficial. The owner or the applicant seems willing to remove the permission for a rooftop sun deck. That seems to be the predominant concern. I can certainly draft a resolution that would prohibit that in a draft bylaw, and we may have the means to move forward. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Director Pink. I think it's fair to say another concern is the use of the apartments, but we don't have many tools to deal with that. Councillor Kent.
I missed a bit of the beginning because of the lack of audio, so hopefully I'm not creating a question. I'd like to see if this thing gets deferred, or even if it doesn't get deferred, I'd like to see a requirement to come back with a parking plan that addresses the islanders and make sure that the parking does not change from what's available today for those people, because this is an ongoing problem. And I'd hate to see the land-based people taking the parking away from the existing clients of the marina. So I'd like to see the parking plan that comes with the other amendments.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I actually have I would like to ask a question that keys off that last one. I personally don't think this council has any business looking into how this marina operates, what it sells, what product it sells, what services it provides, including parking to islanders. The issue of parking for islanders is an islander parking problem, not a marina operator problem. He could decide tomorrow that he's out of that business and do something else that complies with zoning and not offer parking. And we have nothing. I don't understand where we have anything to say about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's number one. And number two, I really just wanted to go back to a comment Director Pink made about the, I say, flexibility that would be available if we were operating under the CPPS and the ability to put a notice or a restriction on title. And I'm curious as to why we couldn't accomplish exactly the same thing under the present system by simply making a condition to something that's being applied for. If he's completely in compliance, I don't know that we can, but if he's making an application and we're giving something in the way of a concession, it seems to me that getting a certificate on title or an agreement or an acknowledgement that this has been built on the understanding that it will not be used for A, B, or C, and register that on title. I don't know why we can't. I just don't know why we can't accomplish the same thing under the comprehensive zoning bylaw that we could under CPPS.
Director Pink.
Thank you. Two really hopefully straightforward reasons. One, under the Planning Act, you cannot impose conditions currently on zoning bylaws. So how we sort of get around that is we bring a bylaw next month to impose site plan control. Now, the issue with that route here is what you would use site plan control for, or what you're permitted to use site plan control for, are things like stormwater, lighting, plantings, things of that nature that we typically deal with, not trying to control use of a building or who's going to live there. Not necessarily saying that's an appropriate use of CPPS either, but I think it gives you that flexibility to enter into an agreement that you're less shackled onto as to what you can actually include in it. So hope that helps explain. And just to continue, I know it's later on the agenda, but another excellent point. I appreciate, I don't believe parking is a concern here either. And I agree with your comments as to, controlling one's business model. But this often comes up as well with zoning bylaws. Council wishes to see those details at this stage, and staff repeatedly advise you that's a site plan issue that'll come later. With CPPS, we would have all those details in front of you right now, so it would clarify. So thank you.
All right. I have a question for you, Director Pink. If the business was closed during the winter, but we had half a dozen renters in the building, would that improve our capability to enforce it as non-residential?
That's a good, interesting question. I would likely suggest to you that not. I guess put it another way, take a downtown property of Ballon and Port Carling. We allow retail, restaurant, et cetera. We allow accessory residences above. If those commercial businesses cease operation in the winter, which many do you want us to go evict the residents above because they're no longer an accessory use? I don't think that's an action the municipality would really want to do. I think fair enough. It may lead to some evidence, whether it's in fact staff or not, and perhaps we could explore that broader angle. But if a staff member decides to reside there year round and the business is seasonal, I'm not sure if again, that's something, nor do I probably would believe that its use in the winter months is probably going to be the concern either. I think there's other concerns. If that helps.
Committee, I'm going to ask a straw poll to see if we are all happy with a condition that removes the right to have a sun deck on the roof. And if that's all right, we will take a couple of minutes and add that to the bylaw, and then we will read the bylaw for further discussion. Councillor Nishikawa, do you have more questions?
Well, only because of the way that you formed it.
Yep.
It's, for me, it's not a matter of just saying remove the sun deck. I think I'm challenged because I want you to read it so I could put my opinion forward. Because it's not just about that. Like I want to be more specific about the height.
Thank you, Councillor Nishikawa. I will read the resolution as it is. If we as committee decide to modify it, we can do that. All right. So moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommended Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 35/23 bylaw 2023-128 be approved. Let me open it up for discussion, and Councillor Nishikawa, you're the first.
Thank you. And essentially, I do have lots of concerns, and as I've mentioned before, I've been around marinas for many, many, many years. I will say that, and family-owned marinas as well. Campbell's Landing was part of my growing up years, all of those types of things, right? And knowing who actually resides on those properties. I think I'm very concerned about what may happen on this property, but I don't see the ability as a councillor today to stop what I see may be coming forward. What I don't like is the height of the building, and I would be requesting that I would not approve any additional height above the 35 feet. And again, I'm mostly concerned about what the end use will be of the property and other actions in the area, but we'll have to deal with the bylaw officer for that going forward.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Edwards.
I would support Councillor Nishikawa on that. And I think if there's equipment up there, it can be put a safety rail to the equipment. You don't have to do the whole outside and keep it at the 35 feet.
Ms. Ledger,
Yes,
so we're now talking about the height and suggestion that you meet the bylaw height, which is what?
35 feet.
35 feet.
Then I would just request that exemption be removed.
Sorry, which exemption?
Per height.
Her request will no longer be asking for the 48 feet.
All right.
Right. So if we just remove it from the.
Two negatives got me. All right. Yep.
Sorry. And I did speak with Mr. Snyder, and it's a railing is not required if it's just for, there are some safety things we can do and not put a railing on. So that's good.
All right. And that would also mean no rooftop patio.
Yeah, there's no access.
Right. Okay. Councillor Edwards.
Because it's supposed to be staff housing, is there any way we can put something in that you have to be rented, say, for 3 months at a time, so it doesn't end up a rental?
Director Pink, I think we know the answer, but.
Again, I think the bylaw is clear. It's, I don't know what further you could add to it. The zoning would only permit it to be for staff. It just becomes an enforcement issue. That's a challenge, essentially.
So Councillor Mayor Kelly, say.
Thank you, and through you. My bias is this way. We need staff housing. We should embrace staff housing. We need staff housing that is co-located or adjacently located or on-site with the business that the staff is supporting. It should be big enough to accommodate on a reasonable basis the staffing requirements for the business. It shouldn't be over the top extravagant. Not that we can measure that, but it certainly can't be in volumes that nobody can anticipate would ever be filled with staff in that business. That aside, and the reason I say that is because there's a dozen houses within walking distance of where we are right now, within yelling distance of where we are right now, that were once contributing parts of a growing and healthy community, and not knocking it, they're now full of staff. It's not conducive to community development and community building, even though these are well off the waterfront. That's not the issue. The issue is getting people who don't have access to housing under a roof and get them warm. So that's imperative and that's important. I grudgingly have to admit, other than their zoning, which requires that it be used for staff housing, and we all know the challenges of trying to enforce that. I think the best that we can do is specify that and make sure we are approving for staff housing purposes only. And you know, Mr. Sharp has cautioned us a couple of times not to call them residences. They're not, they are staff housing, and that's how we will approve it if we approve it. And it relieves the pressure for however many staff are in there on adjoining neighborhoods that are trying to grow kids and fill arenas. I think honestly, whether we go, and I'm not going to advance the discussion, one unit from CPPS to zoning bylaw now, we'll have time to deal with that. I guess it's next on the agenda. I think this is a great push for some sort of regulation of short-term rentals, and the wizardry of the short-term rental programming, which frankly, with a pretty high degree of accuracy, roots out people who are operating SDRs and who are doing so without a registration. So I think with that in place, we have a shot at making sure and policing and monitoring to make sure this does not equate to short-term rentals. We don't have any mechanism, I don't believe for a minute, to police whether it's actually a long-term rental, a one-year lease, a residence, a permanent residence. And to be honest with you, I have less to say about that because again, if it's a permanent residence, we're struggling to find ways to build more of that stuff. So not necessarily, absolutely, probably not on the waterfront, not in conjunction with a business, and not masquerading as a staff housing. But that's not as concerning to me as the likelihood or possibility that these turn into STRs. I take some comfort from the fact that if we move forward with the STR licensing, we'll have access to technology that will help us identify and focus on a much more focused effort on enforcement.
Right. Straw vote, everybody support restricting the height, removing the request. Everybody, all right. So can we take 2 minutes? We'll put that into the
I did a quick sort of
resolution, and I don't think this will take too long.
Just wondering if you need another.
We'll have a
resolution.
brief more call for comments and then we'll vote.
Like you need a
So this is an amending motion, moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to include a minor amendment which would remove exemption sheet C regarding maximum permitted height from zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3523. Any discussions? So we approve this, then I'll ask you for your approval on the other one. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Carried. Now I ask that we
We have the main motion as amended.
approve the main motion as amended. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Mr. Sharp is now going to talk to us about our comprehensive zoning bylaw and community planning permit system.
Just one moment, Chair, while Ms. Spice gets my presentation prepared for me. Thank you.
Is it, can we, What's the trick with the mic? We're having a lot of trouble.
It's been here. I'm an IT person. Yeah, it might be, have been here as long as David's been here. I don't know.
They've been complaining about that mic for 20 years.
I know.
It goes through batteries.
I know.
Oh, that's the problem. Just buy a new mic. I'll buy you. I'll buy you.
No, don't.
It took us
I will-
15 years to
I
get a
make
new
the
microphone.
All right, committee. Mr. Sharp.
Morning, Chair Bosworth and members of committee. You will recall that last month I brought forward a report with a recommendation to update and replace the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw with a community planning permit system. Committee opted to take a brief pause before considering the matter further. I have prepared a second presentation to assist committee with its decision making, and today's slides are included on your agenda and package beginning on page 85. From a procedural standpoint, please note that committee can make a recommendation to council today to proceed with a community planning permit system, or committee could defer or give staff direction to prepare an updated terms of reference based on a regular update to the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. I will begin my presentation by briefly explaining what a community planning permit system is in simple terms. I will then discuss certain key considerations of a community planning permit system. I will then explore pros and cons of a community planning permit system for the community and applicant, staff, and council. I will give a hypothetical scenario formed from my lived experience, and will explore this scenario through the lens of both the township's current framework and a community planning permit system. Finally, I will, of course, be available to take questions. Next slide, please. Put simply, a community planning permit system combines the township's current site plan, minor variance, and zoning bylaw amendment applications into a single application and process, whereas each of these applications are currently processed separately and by different decision makers. Community planning permit applications fall into different classes. Class 1 applications are for bylaw compliant development requiring site plan approval. Remaining classes combine site plan approval with a requested variation or variations from bylaw requirements. A community planning permit system delegates Class 1 applications to staff and affords council flexibility to delegate remaining classes to a combination of staff and a committee of council. A community planning permit system also affords flexibility to tailor and assign different notice and meeting requirements to the different classes of community planning permit application. Next slide, please. An important consideration of a community planning permit system is that it constitutes a one-window approach to processing 3 different application types under the township's current framework. As I've noted, these are site plan, minor variance, and zoning bylaw amendment applications. To help demonstrate this one-window approach, staff have gathered application data from 2021, one of the planning division's busiest years in recent memory. A combined total of 300 site plan, minor variance, and zoning bylaw amendment applications were approved in 2021. Of these 300 applications, 158 were minor variance and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Of these 158 applications, 88 were required to receive follow-up site plan approval after initial approval of a minor variance or zoning bylaw amendment. Had a community planning permit system been in effect, the total number of applications in 2021, excluding consent applications, would have been reduced to 212, because all 3 application types under the township's current framework are rolled into one application under a community planning permit system. There are efficiencies to be gained from this reduction, including less duplication, less administrative work for staff, and fewer technical reviews for planners. There is also simplicity to be gained from this reduction and one window process, which would be less just disjointed and could be easier for the community to understand. Next slide, please. In addition to reducing the number of applications and duplication, a key consideration of a community planning permit system is that it affords council an opportunity to streamline the processing of planning applications owing to the ability to delegate to staff. Staff have been delegated authority to approve residential site plan applications for decades, and more recently, commercial site plan applications as well. And under a community planning permit system, this would continue. A community planning permit system would also enable council to delegate some authority to staff to decide on certain variations from bylaw requirements, but only within established limits and subject to specific criteria established by council and included in a community planning permit bylaw. The minor variance data gathered from 2021 identifies that 87 minor variance applications were heard by the Committee of Adjustment, and 100% of these applications were approved. 77% of the applications received no public objections. 39% involved a variance from lot coverage. This data begs the question, could some of these applications have been delegated to staff? It is important to dispel any confusion that staff would have no regard or no direction when reviewing variations, that they have been delegated authority to approve. A community planning permit bylaw is required to stipulate the scope of staff's delegation authority, the limitations on this authority, and internal review procedures, such as criteria that must be met for an application to qualify for a staff variation. Delegating certain variations to staff could also incentivize applicants to comply with bylaw requirements more closely. For example, if staff were able to vary lot coverage up to 10.5%, this may actually incentivize applicants to work within this limitation versus applying for more and being subject to a lengthier committee variation process. With all this being said, it is important to note that council could choose not to delegate any more authority to staff than is currently delegated today. However, it needs to be acknowledged that this would reduce some of the efficiencies of a community planning permit system. Next slide. Community engagement is also an important consideration of a community planning permit system. The community planning permit bylaw affords flexibility to tailor different notice and meeting requirements to individual classes of community planning permit application, recognizing that the classes represent a sliding scale of potential impact, from least impactful bylaw compliant applications requiring site plan approval to non-compliant applications requiring a variation or variations from bylaw requirements. For example, a staff variation could require a notice circulation to each immediate neighbor, which have the potential to be most impacted, a posting of a notice sign on the subject property, and a website notification, all inviting written submissions to staff and no meeting. In the context of a staff variation, in the case of receipt of a written objection from a neighbor, council could, as part of the creation of a community planning permit bylaw, require staff to elevate or bump up a staff variation to a committee of council for approval. This may incentivize applicants to engage with neighbors in advance of submitting an application falling within the class of a staff variation. It is important to emphasize that nothing prevents council from imposing higher standards of notification for staff variations, such as those that could be required for a committee variation. Next slide, please. Appeal rights are also an important consideration of a community planning permit system, specifically a neighbor's right to appeal and how this compares to the current framework. Site plan applications processed under the township's current framework currently require no notice and cannot be appealed by neighbors. This will not change under a community planning permit system. It is important to also note that neighbors can still participate in the processing of a community planning permit application seeking to vary bylaw requirements or add a new land use, but cannot appeal. This is not unlike minor variance applications processed under the township's current framework. Neighbors cannot appeal these applications. Neighbors can, however, currently appeal zoning bylaw amendment applications. In staff's experience, applications of all types are typically appealed by applicants. For example, staff's research reveals that of the 10 zoning bylaw amendment applications appealed between 2020 and 2022, only 2 were appealed by neighbors. Next slide, please. At the last meeting of Planning Committee, staff were asked to return with pros and cons of a community planning permit system. As far as benefits for the community, including the applicant, pre-application consultations with staff could be made mandatory, adding clarity of process and improved application completeness. Currently, pre-consultations cannot be made mandatory for minor variance applications, which account for a sizable portion of the township's annual application intake. Pre-consultations afford an important opportunity for face-to-face discussion, mutual learning between the parties involved, and education prior to application submission. There would be fewer overall application types, from 3 currently down to 1 plus consent applications. There would be fewer pathways to approval and fewer decision bodies. There should be less confusion about process, although it is acknowledged that there would be an adjustment period, as with any change. There would be more flexibility, for example, to seek staff variation. As part of the creation of a community planning permit bylaw, the community would provide input to council on what variations could be delegated to staff and under what limits and criteria. Straightforward variations could be addressed more efficiently, and neighbors could still participate in the process. For staff, pre-consultations could be made mandatory, as I have noted, adding clarity of process and resulting in fewer incomplete applications, particularly minor variance applications. There would be fewer overall application types and less duplication of effort. There would be fewer legislated timelines, which are currently different for each type of application, being 60 days upon receipt of plans and drawings for a site plan application, 90 days upon receipt for zoning bylaw amendment applications, and a requirement for a committee of adjustment hearing within 30 days upon receipt of a minor variance application. There would be less reporting and fewer meetings. There would be increased flexibility, for example, as Mr. Pink had pointed out earlier, to impose conditions that cannot be imposed through zoning bylaw amendment applications. Staff would benefit from seeing the whole picture with respect to a development proposal, such as patios and other proposed features, which are often not shown on site plans submitted with minor variance and zoning bylaw amendment applications. And these features are often proposed through site plan applications submitted after an initial approval to vary bylaw requirements. A community planning permit bylaw would assist and guide staff in exercising their delegated authority, and staff could still elevate variations to a committee of council, for example, as I've noted in the case of a written objection from a neighbor. For council or a committee of council, committee would be able to focus its energy on complex and controversial applications requiring a committee variation. Committee would also see the whole picture associated with a development proposal, same as for staff. And committee would also have flexibility to impose conditions, as I've noted, which can currently not be imposed through zoning bylaw amendment applications, such as an agreement wherein the owner acknowledges and agrees to the permitted use of a building, requiring a variation from a bylaw requirement. Committee could still hear written submissions and registered delegations, including neighbors, and could still require development proposals to be revised as necessary to address concerns. And proceeding with staff variations for lesser asks may incentivize both closer compliance with bylaw requirements and pre-application discussions between applicants and neighbors, which in staff's experience often results in positive outcomes. Next slide, please. As far as negatives for the community, including the applicant, there would be a period of adjustment and a learning curve that would require education and time to address. And there would also be a loss of an appeal right for neighbors, but only in the case of zoning bylaw amendment application. And as I have mentioned, only applicants can currently appeal site plan and minor variance applications. For staff, there would also be a period of adjustment that would require change management to address, including updates to internal procedures. Cloud permit, for example, the township's electronic application system would need to be modified with updates to reflect a change in process. And there would need to be a concerted effort to educate the community on a new system. For council, like the community and staff, there would be a period of adjustment, and there would also be effort and costs associated with this, with establishing a new system. And this would be a one-time cost, and staff do not anticipate that it would be exorbitant. Next slide, please. The township's current system may be seen as disjointed, confusing, and lengthy. For example, let's explore a hypothetical scenario formed from my lived experience as an employee with the planning division for the last 8 years. John proposes to construct an addition to his boathouse, which would result in an increase in lot coverage of 0.5% beyond the permitted maximum. John's proposed addition is indicated in pink and with a blue arrow on the slide on page 94 of committee's agenda package as well as on the screen. John submits a minor variance application without first pre-consulting with the planning division because the Planning Act does not provide authority to require mandatory pre-consults for minor variance applications. Upon receipt of John's application, planning staff flagged that John's boathouse addition, supported by a new crib dock, is situated within sensitive fish habitat. Staff requested an environmental impact study to address potential impacts to fish habitat. John's application is put on hold until the study is completed. John reschedules his contractor and tradespeople. Planning staff received the study and John's application is scheduled for a public hearing in front of Committee of Adjustment. The application is scheduled for a hearing 2 months later owing to a backlog of applications. John once again reschedules his contractor and tradespeople. Planning staff circulated a notice of public hearing to landowners within 400 feet from John's property. This notice is circulated at least 10 days in advance of the hearing, and staff posts this notice to the township's website. John posts a notice sign on his property and also 10 days in advance. Planning staff visit John's property and prepare a detailed planning report for consideration by Committee of Adjustment. A public hearing is held and no written objections are received, and nobody attends the hearing in support or opposition to John's application. Committee imposes a condition recommended by planning staff requiring John to enter into a site plan agreement to install plantings within his front yard and to implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study. The condition requires John to pay securities against the installation of the required plantings, and it requires the agreement to be registered on title. Fulfilling the condition requires John to submit a separate site plan application. John waits for a 20-day appeal period to expire. Neighbors cannot appeal, and John does not appeal committee's decision. 4 months later, John is confused and submits a building permit application. However, the issuance of a building permit is refused by the township's chief building official because John has not entered into a site plan agreement per committee's condition. There is a lengthy exchange of dialogue between John and the chief building official and planning staff, and he once again reschedules his contractor and his tradespeople. John meets with planning staff and his plans have changed. His addition is no longer in the same location as approved by committee, and he is proposing large patios between his dwelling and the lake. These patios were not previously indicated on the site plan approved by Committee of Adjustment. There is again a lengthy exchange of dialogue between John and planning staff to bring his proposal into compliance. John finally submits a site plan application, pays a further fee, and provides a security against the installation of the required plantings as is required by committee's decision. John waits a month for the site plan application to be reviewed and approved, fulfilling the condition of his minor variance. John finally applies for and is successful in receiving a building permit. To summarize, because there was no mandatory pre-consultation, John was left to his own devices when filing his application, causing disorder, inefficiency, and delay. Despite a public notice circulation to landowners within 400 feet of John's property, no objections are received. As we've learned, this is not uncommon. Neighbors could not appeal committee's decision. Staff's recommendation and committee's decision required John to submit another application, resulting in a disjointed process and causing confusion, duplication of effort, and delay. And John's plans changed mid-process and details not indicated on his original proposal caused compliance concerns, confusion, and delay. The community planning permit system provides an opportunity to streamline John's experience. Next slide, please. John is required to pre-consult with the planning division before submitting a community planning permit application. As part of this process, planning staff flag a requirement for an environmental impact study before John submits an application. It also affords an opportunity for John to share his aspirations with planning staff and for staff to educate John, including on the importance of engaging his neighbors and on details with respect to the township's tree removal and site alteration bylaws. John leaves the pre-consultation meeting feeling informed and sets to work on gathering the necessary documents to file a complete community planning permit application. John has a clear timeline to pass on to his contractor and tradespeople. John submits a complete application, including a site plan indicating his proposed addition and a compliant patio in the front yard area of his property. John's application meets specified limits and criteria to be processed as a staff variation, and John made sure to meet with his neighbors in advance of submitting the application in order to gain their input in an attempt to address any of their concerns. The variation for John's Boathouse addition and site plan approval are rolled into one application. Staff and neighbors are given a complete picture of John's proposal. The community planning permit bylaw approved by council with input from the community requires staff to circulate a notice to each immediate neighbor inviting written submissions and at least 10 days in advance of a specified deadline. The notice is also required to be posted to the township's website, and John posts a notice sign on his property also at least 10 days in advance. Planning staff visit John's property and each immediate neighbor provides written support. No written objections are received. The township's Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability, guided by the township's community planning permit bylaw, and following input from staff, approves John's application with conditions recommended by planning staff. The conditions formalize a requirement for John to enter into a site plan agreement with the township to install plantings in his front yard and to implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study. John is required to pay securities against the installation of these plantings, and the agreement is registered on title. John waits for a 20-day appeal period to expire. Neighbors cannot appeal, and John does not appeal staff's decision. John pays securities, and the required agreement with the township is entered into. John fulfills the condition of his community planning permit and finally applies for and receives a building permit. To summarize, a mandatory pre-consultation is required, resulting in an orderly and efficient start to John's experience with the planning division. John's application qualifies for a staff variation. Immediate neighbors are notified, there are no objections, and no meeting is held. Neighbors cannot appeal staff's decision, not unlike a committee of adjustment decision on a minor variance. One application is submitted versus two, and a complete picture is gained. And the ultimate outcome is the same under the township's current framework. An agreement is entered into with the township and registered on title, requiring securities, plantings, and implementation of the study. However, using a simplified and streamlined process. Next slide, please. And with that, I will end my presentation, and I thank you for your time and attention, and I stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Committee. Before I open the floor for a question, I want to say a few things. What Mr. Sharp is presenting is a very significant change for us, and we should be well prepared to spend another couple of hours fully understanding this before we make a decision. So I'm just planning ahead on how the meeting's going to go. We got half an hour until 12. We do need an hour for lunch, so let's agree that we'll talk about this till 12, and we'll come back at 1. It's important that we fully discuss this and fully understand it before we make any decision. So if that's everybody, that sounds like a reasonable process to everybody. All right, then I will open up for questions. Now, let's make this questions. Our objective in the next couple of hours is to fully understand what this means to our township from all the stakeholders' point of view. And we can talk about the feel of it and what we think and where we think we should go next. So let me get to questions. I think Councillor Zavitz had his hand up first, then Mayor Kelly, actually, and then was he first? All right, Councillor Evers.
You know, we have some unfinished business. We could probably finish that before 12 o'clock and need these nice people to get home.
Excellent idea.
And do it after. It makes more sense. Thank you.
We able to do that?
We certainly are.
All right. Let's not forget in the next, between now and the end of lunch, let's not forget all the important things that Mr. Sharp said, but we will have lots of time to do that. I think that's an excellent idea. I was only just sort of recently became aware that the Harjus are here. And I was going to send somebody to go back and tell them, don't come back until 2:30 if they don't want to sit there. So I think, do we have Miss Walker?
No, Ms.
Sorry.
Crowder.
Miss Crowder, yes, should know better. Miss Crowder, so now we're going to talk about zoning bylaw 4022, bylaw 2022-147. Miss Crowder.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent application B0522ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-4022 in the name of Harju. The subject lands are known municipally as 1119 Skeleton Lake Road 2, Unit 2. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch on page 120 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of consent application B0522ML is to create one new lot. I would further direct committee's attention to the rezoning sketch on page 121 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4022, bylaw 2022-147 is to rezone a portion of the severed lot from rural RU1 to open space private OS2, and to provide an exemption from the minimum frontage requirement of 600 feet in a rural RU1 zone for the retained lot. As you may recall, these applications were last heard by Planning Committee in August of 2023. Planning Committee decided to defer making a recommendation to Council to provide time for the applicant to consult with staff regarding permitted uses and the size of buildings on the severed lot, and to allow time to further consult with area neighbors. Though several attempts have been made to reach an agreement between the applicant and neighbors, the applicant's agent relayed to staff that an agreement could not be achieved and that the applicant wishes to bring the applications forward as originally submitted and requested that a decision be rendered here today. The applicant's agent reached out to staff are once again interested in pursuing a woodland retreat on the property. As committee may recall, staff are not supportive of this proposal, as staff have concerns as it relates to access, precedent, and the removal of current zoning requirements to accommodate only hunters in a hunt camp. The approval of a woodland retreat in the township, which as proposed would permit seasonal occupancy for recreational activities in buildings not accessible via the public year-round maintained road network, could result in a large volume of individuals seeking similar permissions without sufficient access or municipal ability to provide services such as emergency access. Staff also questioned the effectiveness of the approach, as the definition of woodland retreat put forward would still allow hunting as a resource-based recreational activity, the main concern put forward by area landowners. Staff would also emphasize that hunting is currently permitted on the property and that the application do not propose to permit the use of hunting on the lands. In an effort to address neighbors' concerns, staff have recommended a condition of consent requiring a consent agreement containing provisions wherein the owner agrees to demarcate property boundaries and to develop a hunting, safety, and orientation manual tied specifically to any related considerations unique to the severed lot, and would be disseminated to anyone partaking in hunting activities on the property, including family and friends, non-commercial and not-for-profit. Staff have also recommended a few minor amendments, wherein the number of permitted hunt camps will be limited to 1 instead of 2, which are permitted as of right, to require a specific setback of 1,000 feet for a hunt camp from the northwesterly lot line of the proposed severed lot, to prohibit a forestry operation and a wayside pit or quarry on the severed lot, and to prohibit the use of a hunt camp as a commercial enterprise for profit on the severed lot. The applicant's agent has conveyed that if committee is not supportive of a woodland retreat, then the applicant is agreeable to staff's recommendations. One letter of support has been submitted since the public meeting from Stephen Stanley, owner of Muskoka Village Harbor on Skeleton Lake Road 2, expressing support for a woodland retreat on the property. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that consent application B0522ML in the name of Harju be approved, subject to standard conditions of consent and conditions to implement the previously discussed staff recommendations. Staff have further recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4022, bylaw 2022-147 be approved, subject to the aforementioned minor amendments. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. The owners or the applicants, agents. Good morning, Mr. Sherbak.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Stefan Sherbak with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. I understand that the owners are in attendance, and I think there's likely, I think, one or two other neighbors who are also wishing to speak to the committee after my presentation. As clearly described by Ms. Crowder, this application has been in process for several months, and Mr. Harju, first of all, appreciates the additional time granted by this committee in an attempt to resolve some of the issues between the neighbors. So to recap, Mr. Diamond did agree to facilitate a meeting with those who had original concerns, and a record of this mediation was provided to the committee last night. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to address all the concerns on the table, and there were several ideas that were presented and shared with staff. And again, many possible solutions that either didn't involve the township were presented to staff, and of course, they were rightfully cautious and we're concerned about some unintended implications going forward. And again, we appreciate their insight and willingness to listen to some of these possible solutions. As Ms. Crowder mentioned, one of the solutions was to enter into a private agreement containing further restrictions for the severed lot. This agreement was to be registered on title in the event that the property was sold. So really the main issue here is that the neighbors are not necessarily concerned about what Mr. Harju could do on the property, but what a future owner could do knowing that a quote unquote hunt camp was permitted on the property. The private agreement option, again, didn't gain traction. It's not to say that this couldn't happen at a later date, but again, this is something that the neighbors need to work through, not necessarily the township. So again, we're here again. Mr. Harju would respectfully request this committee to consider permitting the woodland retreat as originally proposed. This has been used successfully in Huntsville, and it permits sort of a softer use than that of a hunt camp. The definition focuses more on outdoor activities and not necessarily hunting. Again, this was originally submitted. The staff expressed their concerns related to that. And if the committee were to consider this, I will say that it does resolve many of the issues that were expressed by the neighbors by permitting this use. Once again, we would respectfully request the committee to consider this alternative use together with the specific definitions as it applies to the property. We presented a draft bylaw for consideration. Staff have had a chance to take a look at it, and it's in front of you as well. We've agreed to all the minor modifications that are included in the staff report, essentially just taking out the words hunt camp and inserting the words wilderness retreat with a specific definition. Ms. Crowder is right. If the committee does not wish to entertain this option, Mr. Harju is satisfied with the staff recommendations and would respectfully request again a decision on this matter. That's all related to the zoning amendment. For the severance request, Mr. Harju is satisfied with the list of conditions together with those additional requirements in the 5126 agreement. But something else that could be considered, again, just throwing it out there, the applicants are also wondering if this property could be included in your discharge of firearms bylaw. And what essentially this would do is prohibit the usage of weapons, guns, bows, etc. on this property, again, which is one of the major concerns from the neighbors. Perhaps there could be consideration to add this as a condition of consent to include this restriction on the property. And again, that should address some of these concerns. They would be able to hunt, but it would be just essentially just trapping from that and no usage of weapons in accordance with the bylaw. So again, I'm going to throw out that other option as well. And in closing, I just want to thank staff for their assistance with this application, and more importantly to the 35 neighbors, including Mr. Diamond, who have attempted to work through these issues in a collaborative way to address many of these concerns. It's my opinion that the original submitted application to include this woodland retreat fully conforms to your official plan, and it is consistent with the upper tier and provincial documents. Thank you once again for your patience with this matter, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Furback. We have one allowed delegation. This is not a public meeting, so he had to register ahead of time, and his name is Marcus Furman. Should I let that out, please? Mr. Harji, would you like to speak? I'll certainly give you the podium if you'd like.
I mean, over 20 years, and we supported everything possible that we could over the years to help everyone out. And our customers basically turned into friends, not more than customers. Anything that we could do for the town, we did, just to make this a beautiful place to live, that we good, safe, and everything. And the neighbors are very concerned about the hunting. So the woodland retreat would be awesome. We've had 2 sons, we've lost them. We got 3 grandkids. So our grandkids should, kind of hang out back there. They come to visit us, they live a long ways away, but it gives them a little bit of space and in the long term, a little bit of value to that land. I have no problem at all about signing for no weapons. I just want to keep everyone happy. And I know everyone I talked to on the road, I was very happy with the woodland retreat and no hunting. And they're just all friends from the original days of the marina and everything. And just like always sooner have a friend than an enemy. And I very support you guys. You do. You, your staff, Mayor, Kelly, all you do a very good job. I really hope that you might just consider this one-shot deal, because we agree with moving all the lot lines and no quarry and no construction yard and no everything. So just if we could just make a one-time trade-off, it would just make so many people so happy. And we've been married 53 years this year, so hopefully be I don't know what to say. I'm not a very good speaker.
You've done a fine job, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you all.
All right. I think is that Mr. Furman we have?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry about that. I couldn't get connected in.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If you can state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Marcus Furman. I live at Unit 17, 1119 Skeleton Lake Road 2, Hudderston, POB 1MO. So I live on this private road. I'm a neighbour of Sandy and Nancy. And this whole process has been frustrating at best, and a bit of miscommunication going on. We did meet with Sandy and Nancy, and ironically, we both have the same concerns. Of the 35 letters you got, I think 34 basically were concerned about public health or public safety, which is more important. This property is a 50 acres lot roughly, and it is surrounded by residential properties. More and more of these residential properties are actually becoming permanent residences. I am one of them. I travel this road every day. So does my wife, so do my grandchildren, my children. They travel the road. It is not just a public safety issue or perceived public safety issue. One has to remember that one of the letters, one of the residents on our road was asked to wear high visibility gear because hunters were telling him, we can't see you on your property, on your road. Now, I shouldn't have to wear high visibility gear walking on our property that's owned by us. But the real irony of all of this is that Sandy and Nancy don't want somebody firing up firearms on their property next to them. So there is a fairly simple solution. It's something that has been considered by council in the past with their bylaw 2009-106, which is to regulate the discharge of firearms. And it covers many areas throughout Muskoka Lakes, particularly where there's a high residential area. This is a typical case of this. You have an area that's surrounded by residential property and children. And the difference with restricting firearms are the projectile can leave the property. You can't do that with a trap. It stays within the property. But as soon as you start firing anything, the potential of the projectile leaving the property and potentially doing harm to the public is greatly increased. So really this becomes a public safety issue. This could become a win-win-win situation. Sandy gets what he wants, a severed lot that he can use as a woodland retreat, or you could even still call it a hunt camp, as long as you make it restricted to bylaw 2009-106. If that became a condition of consent, everybody's happy. The objectors are happy, Sandy's happy, and council gets to say, yes, we heard you, we understand public health, we understand that there's residential property abutting this and surrounding this property, and we already have a bylaw in place that deals with this and is covered off in many other areas in Muskoka Lakes, particularly on the bigger lakes. There are whole blocks of areas that this bylaw applies to. So my hope is that the council and this committee will give this request due consideration and add that bylaw to the condition of consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Furman. I'm going to suggest, I think we've had staff's position made very clear on the topic of woodland retreat. But I don't believe we've heard staff's position on use of the fire alarm or fire gun firing bylaw. And I think Mr. Kennedy is online, and perhaps we could ask him to give his thoughts on the applicability to that bylaw to this piece of property.
Good morning, committee and members of council. To answer this question through you, Chair, it would not be a common practice, or at least I haven't seen it in many municipalities, where a specific property is subject to a restriction like this. I understand that right now the discharge of firearms bylaw is mainly for the more urban centers of the municipality, Port Carling, Bala to be as an example. But to subject a specific property to this restriction, something that I haven't necessarily seen, I believe at this point I would have to confer with legal counsel on regards to the actual validity of doing something like this. Section 119 of the Municipal Act does allow municipalities to, I'll just read it. Section 119 says, without limiting sections 9, 10, and 11, a local municipality may, for the purpose of public safety, prohibit or regulate the discharge of guns or other firearms, air guns, spring guns, crossbows, longbows, or any other weapon. Doesn't necessarily say anything in regards to the legality around specific properties, but I believe at this point it would be something that I would have to investigate. But again, it is not something that I commonly see in any other municipal discharge of firearms bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pink and then Mayor Kelly, please.
Thank you. Through you, I just thought, I think there was some new information from the applicant today, and I wonder if this may help the discussion. I know we're asking about comments on the discharge of firearms, but from what I recall from previous concerns of the neighbors and Mr. Furman today, the concern would be resolved if a woodland retreat was permitted, and you've heard staff's concerns with that approach. What I wasn't aware of, I was under the impression that Mr. Harju still wished to hunt on this property or allow the use. Now we've heard that that would solely consist of trapping. So perhaps amending the definition of hunt camp to make it clear that it's only permitted for people who are trappers may resolve the issue. And sorry if I misheard the applicant, but I believe Mr. Sherbach made it very clear. They would be very happy to prohibit the discharge of firearms bows on this property and solely leave it to trapping. So perhaps if that's what the applicant wants, that appears that's also what the neighbors want, and staff, I think, could certainly live with a hunt camp that would only permit trapping, I believe. I don't know if Mr. Sharp or Ms. Crowder has anything to add to that, but that may resolve things.
Mr. Sharp, Ms. Crowder, if not, I'll ask Mr. Sherbach.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bosworth. I mean, I'm not an expert on trapping. I don't know if it involves the discharge of a firearm or occasionally involves the discharge of a firearm, depending on the circumstance. Mr. Sherbach may have experience with trapping.
Trapping or in trapping? Mr. Sherbach, talk to you about your experience of trapping. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to get into my experience with trapping, but I think it's probably better to ask the applicant. He's there. I think it would be better. He's the one who will move this forward. If he's agreeable, then I think you've got your answer.
Mr. Harju, would you like to address it then?
Thank you. Well, firearms, I hunt, there's very strict rules with the game wardens and everything. You would never, ever shoot across the road. And there's rules, regulations, and you abide by them. But I don't mind removing the firearms. I really like to have woodland retreat as a trade-off. So that's some value for our grandkids down the road. And some words get changed around. Mr. Carter, I give him that orange vest just for it was like this. We were just talking in the mailbox one day. I never said where you might get shot. You just don't do that, you know. And by the way, he was the one that left here last time and said this place is a joke. I guess he thinks I'm a joke too. He brought that up.
Yeah,
again.
let's keep it to the issue. I mean, the question before you is we might be able to put a condition into the existing hunt camp that restricts it to the kind of hunting that is only trapping. And is that something you would be happy to live with? So no firearms discharge in that kind of hunting on your
It'd be
property.
really happy and so would the neighbors if it wasn't called a hunt camp. That's really what they're flaring.
But I think
sure,
their
we
issue
can
is
eliminate a lot of things, but it's the wording hunt camp that's just terrifying them to death. They're all friends and neighbors. I just want to keep peace in the family, keep Skoka a great place to live in. And
Mr. Harju, is not their fear discharge of firearms?
well, it seems to be the hunt camp thing, seems to be the thing that they're.
But if hunt camp was hunting restricted to trapping only?
They don't read in that part. They just look at hunt camp. That's what they're looking at, both ends at.
Mayor Kelly, next. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, and to Mr. Harju, help me understand trapping. When you trap.
Oh, trapping, like when they say hunting, you'd be hunting the marshmallow or mushrooms, you know what I mean? Like,
But I want to focus on trapping, because I think you still would like to trap if that's possible. Is that right? Oh, you don't care about trapping? Oh,
yeah, anymore. I'm too old.
okay. Okay, because my question was going to be, if you know about trapping, we don't seem to know enough about trapping. When you trap an animal and you find it, do you not put it down with a rifle?
Sometimes you do, yeah. I don't do that. I just know different people that do it. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Nishikawa.
I think I just wanted to ask the question.
Yes.
Looking at a woodland retreat, could we restrict no hunting, no trapping in a woodland retreat. And I'd like to give you a little bit of an example. So for instance, my neighbor is a little more than 40 acres away. When he does an action, whether it's times then they have their little shooting things, which is a very, very, very disruptive thing if you have family pets and things. But in fact, when another animal has passed on the property, so do other animals go there. So for instance, unless this property is completely fenced in, family dogs will end up on the property. So again, my question would be, would the applicant be okay with this, calling it a woodland retreat? Or sorry, I should say, would staff be okay calling this whatever the definition of a woodland retreat, but remove all hunting, all trapping, all killing of animals?
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. And I see that Mr. Sherback has his hand up as well. I just wanted to flag that. He may have something to add, but I guess to go back to where all this started, Mr. Harju wants to sever his property and create a lot without frontage on a public road, a year-round maintained public road. And the official plans only envision that when there's a specific use. And one of those specific uses is a hunt camp. And to me, the impetus behind all of this is a hunt camp. That's, from a policy standpoint, that's the only way that I see this as working. And, at this point, I'm even a little confused. I don't know what it is that we're looking at here. Council, planning committee, of course, can, do whatever they want against staff's advice, but I think it would be setting a precedent and a dangerous precedent to allow a wildland retreat or wilderness retreat in this particular instance. I think there's likely a lot of people out there that would love to sever their property to have a wilderness retreat with some loose parameters around what that is. Certainly, it's up to planning committee if they want to do that in this particular instance. I just feel as a planner, I have to, give you my opinion and try and give you the best advice I can. And that, that's ultimately what I'm doing here. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm happy to take another stab at it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted
Councilor Nishikawa, please.
Thank you. It does very much. It actually brings me back to that we are actually really discussing whether we're going to allow a hunt camp here. Thank you.
Councilor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. This is a real problem, in a way. Here we have 35 neighbors that don't want a hunt camp. We have an applicant who said, I'd like a severance and I'd like it to be a woodland retreat. If we pass this as a woodland retreat, which is our ability to, and that no one is going to take it to LPAT because the township won't, because we've just passed it. The neighbors won't because they don't want a hunt camp, and the owner doesn't want it. And so it's quite simple. I think we could just do it as a woodland retreat or a hunt camp with no hunting.
Councilor Burry. Then I'll go to Mr. Sherback.
So I hear Mr. Sharp's concern, and I have a backlot zoned WR2 that does not abut on a road. It has the private road, but that's it. I'd love to be able to take my 65 acres in the back and take it from WR2 into woodland and see tax relief on it. I think that's your point, and I think you've made it quite clearly. The issue is around the zoning. And that's why we're here.
Yeah. Our road committee is a very.
Mr. Harju, sorry. We'll get to you if we deem necessary. Mr. Zerback. Comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the extra words here. Yes, I think, as I understand it, what's in front of you is to consider a hunt camp without the discharge of firearms, which I think will work for all the neighbors. Mr. Harju has agreed with his neighbors not to discharge firearms. I think that was all part of the initial discussions. The second option is to consider the wilderness retreat. And just to clarify, the official plan does permit resource-related uses. It doesn't specifically say hunt camp, it says resource-related uses. It was our submission to you that this woodland retreat is in fact a resource-related use, not necessarily the hunt camp. So in my mind, there still will be conformity to your official plan if the committee chooses the second option. And the definition provided to you, I believe, does not include the hunting or the discharge of firearms. We could tackle that the same way if committee considers it. Thank you.
Before we go, you missed Councillor Edwards. Director Pink, could you just please again talk about, sorry, was it you or just, yeah, your thoughts on, can we not have, can we have a hunt camp without hunting? I heard from Mr. Kennedy, just wondering if you had some thoughts.
Again, it sounds like, although I'm continue to be confused, I don't know if the applicant and the applicant's agent are on separate pages, but I'm hearing from the applicant's agent that they're willing to, are happy with hunt camp use that does not allow the discharge of firearms or bow, just solely for trapping. I think staff could easily amend the title and the definition of a trapping camp. And it appears we've reached a finish line. I think I couldn't have put it better than Mr. Sharp. I would have significant concerns with opening a very dangerous precedent saying that you can have essentially residences or cabins or woodland retreats or wilderness retreats or whatever fancy title you want to put on it on every property in the township that is not abut roads or lakes. I think you will have an influx of applications. I think everyone with 50 acres in the woods would love to have that type of use and not be limited to just a small number of days per year for hunting. I think we've already starting to see that concern in other areas that are close to the waterfront where hunt camps are being constructed and neighbors are questioning if that's in fact the use that's occurring in them. So again, it seems like the obvious solution to me is to permit a trapping camp. It will be very challenging again to enforce if someone does discharge a firearm, because I think it would want to be very clear to the neighbors that the bylaw would still permit that, but that building should only be used to house trappers. Hope that helps.
So Mr. Harju, your agent has suggested that that would be a satisfactory solution, meaning a hunt camp that defines no discharge of firearms. Is that something you'd be satisfied with?
Well, you did mention about the year-round road. This end road is not close to being a year-round road. I'm a member of it also. It's really, really done up well. Fire trucks get in there.
Mr. Harju.
Everybody, and so realistically, we did go with the woodland retreat, and I got rid of the firearms. I think that would be very, very. I'd be very super happy with you guys.
So, but I think it's fair to say that there's great reluctance, particularly based on this, on the guidance from our staff about introducing a woodland retreat. I don't think you're going to get any support around this table on that, would be my guess. Well, my question to you, a solution that addresses the neighbors' concerns about hunting too close to their homes. If we said you can't discharge firearms, your agent has said you'd be happy with that. I'm just asking if you would be happy with that.
I guess if that's my only opportunity, my only place, I'll say yeah, no firearms.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Question to Mr. Pink. If the applicant gets a hunt camp, trapping camp, he can put it on title that there's no firearms discharge himself, can he not? If he sells the property, and that would be solve his problem too and help the neighbors.
Director Pink.
Through you, I believe owners can enter into restrictive covenants with other parties. You do need some authority under the Registry Act to register documents on title. I'm not particularly an expert on that. I know historically you could register restrictive covenants on title, but regardless of registration on title or not, the applicant could certainly enter into an agreements with their neighbors to prohibit their activities. That's a private matter amongst themselves.
There's another option. I think what I should probably do is read the resolution. And we can have discussions. Hopefully they won't be extensive. And try to get a consensus here and perhaps modify the resolution based on the discussions we've just had with the applicant and the applicant's agent. That's fair enough? All right. Is it all of this?
Right, so.
All right, here we go. I'll put on my speed reading here. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommended Township Council the consent application B0522 ML be approved subject to the following conditions. That a registrable description deed of the severed lot together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That a consent agreement be entered into under section 51(26) of the Planning Act of the township with the township and registered on title wherein the owner agrees that the severed lot is not zoned to permit residential uses or a dwelling, that any hump cap on the severed lot shall not be occupied for more than 14 days in any month and more than 60 days in any 12-month period, and agrees to use said hunt camp solely for the purpose of accommodating hunters and not as a dwelling unit. The owner acknowledges that the availability of emergent services may be limited and or unavailable due to the private road access. The owner agrees that any hunt camp on the severed lot not be a commercial enterprise. The owner agrees to hereby demarcate the boundaries of the severed lot with signage facing toward the interior of the lot to avoid trespassing onto neighboring properties. And the owner agrees to develop a hunting safety and orientation manual, which will be disseminated to anyone partaking in hunting activities on the severed lot. That an entrance permit be issued by the township's public works department for the severed lot if required. The cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created vacant lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. That the lands be rezoned to recognize the frontage of the retained lot to prohibit a forestry operation in a wayside pit or quarry on the severed lot, to limit the number of hunt caps permitted on the severed lot to 1, to prohibit the commercial use of a hunt camp on the severed lot, and to require any hunt camp established on the severed lot to be at least 1,000 feet from the northwesterly interior lot line, and that the severed lot be rezoned from rural RU1 to open space private OS2. I open it up for questions or discussions. Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just first have a question or clarification. Does it mean that the property owners, and through you to whoever can answer it, I guess, does it mean that the property owners essentially can only be on the property 60 days a year? And who monitors that?
Mr. Sharp.
Miss Crowder's gonna.
Miss Crowder's got that, all right?
Thank you.
Two nodding heads over there.
Through you, Chair Bosemworth, to Councilor Nishikawa. So yes, the definition of a hunt camp does place restrictions around the time consecutively that a hunt camp can be used, but also in a year or a 12-month period, how often a hunt camp can be occupied. Now, enforcing that is a very different battle, becomes an enforcement issue, and is largely complaint driven. But that is a challenge for sure. And I don't know how, I think we largely depend on enforcement here. I don't know if Mr. Sharp has something to add or.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, difficult to enforce. The only thing I would add is that the condition that's been imposed is essentially a belt and suspenders approach. So it's essentially to take what's already required in the zoning bylaw and to put it into a consent agreement wherein the owner acknowledges these considerations and restrictions, and just hearing you read the resolution. If we're going with a trapping camp, I suppose, we're gonna have to perhaps take a pause and decide which one of these conditions is still applicable. And if conditions remain that reference hunt camp, we'll have to change the wording to trapping camp. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a question. I think part of Councillor Nishikawa's question was, would the person be able to use the land? Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. The hunt camp is a dweller, is a building, a structure, but can you still walk your dogs and be on the land? That's, I think, was the question. Or certainly I would like clarification on that as well.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bosemore, Councillor Nishikawa, sorry for misunderstanding. Yes, so the definition in the zoning bylaw specifically references the hunt camp. So if you were to use the properties for other uses permitted in that zone, there wouldn't be those time restrictions on it. So if you were using it to walk your dog, you could do that at any time of the year.
Was that your question? And do you have a supplemental?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add, getting this information that I am not comfortable with this application at all. Trapping is a big issue. Again, I have the lived experience being on this amount of acreage. And in fact, the implications, even though it sounds like, somebody's 100 acres away from you, it's a very, very short walk, especially when you're chasing your dog or an animal. But I'm really, really concerned that we are actually, I don't even know what we're suggesting that would be hunted and or trapped, I should say. That's still I don't know what we're suggesting that could take place here. And I'm very concerned because, of course, trapping again is very limited in what you're allowed to trap. I'm very, very concerned. I realize that if somebody else's dog wanders onto this property, they were trespassing. I get all that, but that's a reality. And the one thing you never want to have is your neighbor kill your dog kind of thing, right? So I don't like this application at all. I was happy with it at one point, but I really do recognize that this is not, it's not a year-round maintained area. All of that stuff really send flags for me. So I would not be approving this application.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. It's for you. I wonder if I could direct a question to Planscape, to Stefan. Just for clarity, is it possible for you to wind us back to the beginning of this? When you were approached by the client, by your potential client who became your client, the Harju's, and what was the focus of that meeting then? I mean, you're here, you're obviously a professional. We're all here looking at these various aspects to this. Can you start us at the beginning? I mean, you were approached, and I think we've lost our way. Thank you.
Mr. Sherbak, if you just, I don't think we want to hear this whole story from beginning to end, but if you could meet the intent of Councillor Zavitz's question, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The original request is to sever the lot. Severed lot has an open space use and a rural lot that's going to be severed and rezoned. And the application for this retained parcel is to maintain a resource-related use in accordance with your official plan, but to consider something which is more of an open space type use, a woodland retreat use with, some limited outdoor activities. I mean, that's essentially what the applicant wished to do. And we were back and forth in terms of specifically using the term hunt camp, which is the only term for a resource-related open space use, except for things like, environmental protection and things like that. So that sort of fit the mold, but that caused the problems with the neighbors using that specific term.
All right, thank you. I think we've heard there are some concerns. I hear Councillor Nishikawa's. Anybody sharing Councillor Nishikawa's concerns on trapping? And if I think the majority of us feel comfortable with that option, I would suggest I mean, let me do a straw poll. on it. Is everybody happy with going down a route to use the words modify our definition of a hemp camp to include only trapping and no discharge of firearms? General sense, all right. So Director Pink.
I think if that is the case, thank you. I believe the resolution you read, keep in mind just to put it into perspective for committee, is with respect to the severance only. I think all that needs to be done, I have going over those conditions. I believe they would all still be applicable. It would simply be a matter of a resolution changing all the words hunt camp to trappers camp and any reference to hunting to trapping. I think that would resolve it. And then what would be next is a resolution with respect to the zoning amendment, and staff would make similar changes to the resolution. We could either do it beforehand or subsequent. I can work with the clerk, deputy clerk on that.
Mayor Kelly.
Just a quick question for Director Pink. Do we not then need to comment or change anything with respect to discharge of firearms?
Well, again, I believe as previously indicated, I don't think anything would technically prohibit the discharge of firearms on the property, and I think the neighbors should be cognizant of that. However, the building would not be able to be used by hunters who are discharging firearms. The only way really to control that is to amend your discharge of firearms bylaw, and you heard from Officer Kennedy on his concerns with that approach.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just reflecting on Mr. Pink's suggestion, there is one aspect of the consent agreement that requires the owner to develop a hunting safety and orientation manual.
Yeah.
And it would be disseminated to anyone partaking in hunting activities. I know there's people out there with expertise in hunting. I just don't know if does trapping necessitate that level of oversight. I'm not sure. I just table it for perhaps some discussion about whether that is required at this point. Thank you.
Perhaps we could call it a trapping manual, but it includes instructions explicitly prohibiting discharging of firearms. Might be a good way to have that work around. So how long would it take us to rejig the resolutions, and should we take a break for lunch and come back after lunch when you have that done? How long would it take?
I don't think it would take long to amend the resolutions. As to whether you want to break or not, I leave it with.
Well, why don't we just take a 5-minute break while you amend the resolutions? We have a printer right here. We'll do that and then we'll call the vote. Thank you. 5 minutes. Well, however long it takes staff to rejig the resolutions. Staff, for me, Brandon? We're back in action?
Do we have?
We're online. All right, so this is a resolution to amend the resolution that I just read, and the resolutions we're dealing with are, at the moment, the severance, all right? So be it resolved that the resolution be amended to replace all references to the word hunting and replace it with the word trapping and the words hunt camp to trappers camp. So that will just, the staff has been through the resolution. They feel the wording as I read it is satisfactory, other than we will change those words with respect to the severance. All right? So any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. So that is carried. So now I ask, is everybody in favor of the amended resolution?
The main motion.
The main motion
As amended.
as amended? Any questions on the motion as amended? Call the question, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
So,
And now we have the one dealing with the zoning amendment. Right. So zoning amendment, moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 40/22 bylaw 2022-147 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments: to prohibit a forestry operation in a wayside pit or quarry on the severed lot, to prohibit the use of a trapping camp as a commercial enterprise for profit on the severed lot, to limit the number of trapping camps permitted on the severed lot to 1, to require a minimum setback for a trapping camp to be 1,000 feet from the northwesterly lot line of the severed lot, and to prohibit the use of a hunt camp on the property and to permit the use, to prohibit the use of a hunt camp on the property and to permit the use of a trapping camp together with a definition which solely accommodates trappers. Any discussion?
Did we mention this firearms in that? No discharge?
No, we did not. Director Pink, comments?
I think again, as previously indicated, you heard Mr. Kennedy's comments on that. Perhaps another benefit of the CPPS is again a condition to impose that could have been imposed on a condition of consent to discharge, to prohibit the discharge of firearms, but I did not hear any consensus from committee that was a wish to take that step. Certainly amend the resolution again if that is a wish of committee.
Any further discussion? Anybody think so? That Councillor Edwards, this was the point to impose the bylaw about discharging fire alarms onto the property. Was that the point you meant?
No, it was just in the resolution that in that with the trapping camp, you couldn't put discharge firearms. That's why I understood it.
I see what you're saying.
And now we didn't ask for a bylaw. It would be nice to put one on because there's 35 properties around here that are worthy. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and I'm going to throw this out there with some peril. The legal definition of trapping appears to include the act of shooting. So when we authorize trapping, we're authorized shooting. Whether we are comfortable with that or not is a different issue.
Councillor McIntyre.
Just along those lines, I would also say that because this is an issue of one guy with a whole bunch of neighbors and they all want to be friends, I think it would help him as well if it was included in the bylaw so everyone understood.
Director Pink, is it appropriate to expand perhaps one of these lines or add a point that says that a trapping camp does not include discharging firearms?
Through you, I'd have to put some more thought into that. My concern is your two bylaws would conflict with one another. You'd have a zoning bylaw that says you couldn't, and you'd have a discharge of firearms bylaw that says you could. That would be the concern. I think the the really thorough approach would be to change the discharge of firearms bylaw, which again, staff's raised concern with that. Just to be abundantly clear on this, again, for the neighbors and for committee, I thought everyone was clear. The intent with the woodland retreat was still to allow hunting. The neighbors seem to be satisfied, just they don't want to see the word hunting anywhere. That was my understanding of the past 3 times this has been debated in front of committee. They just do not want to refer the word hunting. They recognize it's currently permitted and would be permitted. Hence, they want woodland retreat. Hence why I suggested trappers camp achieves the same objective. It removes the word hunting. But again, I made it very clear for committee and the neighbors, nothing's going to prevent the discharge of firearms on this property unless council willing to amend your discharge of firearms bylaw to prohibit that activity on this property. That's a separate process. I think probably the easiest or the best way to do that would be to include that as a condition of consent. I guess I would look to the clerk whether we can reopen that and add that back in. But again, that was no direction previously to include that.
Committee, I think we heard Mr. Kennedy's concerns about that. And he was, I think he implied that he thought it would be difficult to do, but he wasn't certain. And I certainly sensed a sense of reluctance on his behalf to start delving into that topic about applying our fire discharge bylaw to a specific piece of property outside of our urban centers. It doesn't seem to be the intent of it. Is there any appetite around this table for engaging on that? I don't see any. Councillor Nishikawa.
I have to say, I didn't hear what I believe David just said that he heard. I heard certainly from Mr. Furman, they don't want hunting. Like they don't want gunfire and hunting. And really, we're severing a property to create a property to do just that. And a property that is not accessible by emergency vehicles, all of those kind of things. And I just don't know that the committee actually understood that this is really about the severance and what the abilities that they can do under that severance. Perhaps a severance should never happen in the first place is my concern. But I heard from the applicants that they did not want firearms discharged on this property. And I understand, and I understood the reason why I voted against it was because, in fact, I heard Mr. Kennedy say this is not enforceable.
Ms. Crowder.
If I may, through you, Chair Bosenworth, and I would look to my counterparts to just confirm this, but I believe today, as of right, these hunt camps could be constructed in the OS2 zones. So I just wanted to clarify that and that the dwelling is on the property that's the portion of the property that's RU1, but 2 hunt camps with 1,000 square feet in size each could be built today on the OS2 portion.
It seems to me that we as a committee with our staff have done as much as we can to try to, within the legal bounds that we have, to put some restrictions or at least understanding that there are restrictions in the intent of the use of this property. And we don't seem to have any other legal ways that are not, that won't create some other precedent that we'll be very unhappy with just for this one property. It seems to, I think we've exhausted every route. We've had numerous ideas come up in this process that have improved the outcome. One of them being today from Director Pink. I just don't know where else to turn on this. I think we've come a long way. It'll be difficult to say whether anybody's going to be completely happy with this, but we have certainly brought it farther than what the current rights they have. And it is, as long as Mr. Harju owns a property or some friendly owners, we will probably not have problems on this. But it seems to me we've taken it about as far as we can. And I think they've been asked for a decision. We've improved it in this meeting. We've improved it in the previous meetings and through consultations. I think we should decide. Any more comments? Where did I last read this, right?
I don't. No, you didn't.
No, I have read it. I have read that. All right, so this is the changing the zoning bylaw. And if we say yes to this, we are finished. All right, I call the vote. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? That carries. We will meet back here at 20 to 2 after lunch. Get it? 22. 22. And Mr. Sharp, you probably want to get up on the podium because it's question time. Okay, we're live. Oh, good point. Yeah, why don't you stay there? Yeah, sorry. I'm just used to being up there. All right, I think we have everybody back. Thank you very much. I guess I call this meeting to order at 1:44. And we are now into the question side of talking about the CPPS. And I throw it open to committee. As I said before, this is a pretty broad topic, so let's keep our mind open and our energies up to fully understand precise what is a CPPS and how it compares to what we do today. And I will start with Councillor Burry.
So,
and remember, this is question time.
This is a question. Yeah. Absolutely, positively a question. Thank you for reminding me, but it is a question. And through you, I am going to ask Mr. Sharp, how would CPPS have dealt with the marina application that we dealt with this morning with height and a rooftop patio that through consultation with a great agent, we were able to take down and eliminate the height variance. So how would CPPS have changed that application, recognizing that that application came with a recommendation for approval with the additional height and with the rooftop patio? I think I've asked my question in a clear enough way.
I think it was an excellent question, Mr. Councillor Burry.
Through
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair, I think we have to throw in a couple of hypotheticals. I'm assuming that the application would have started off as a staff variation. If we wanted to call it that, we have to keep in mind that the community planning permit bylaw would place criteria and limitations about what exactly that would mean. So I think if this was a staff variation, we would have received comments from an abutting neighbor objecting, and that would have elevated it to a committee variation, in which case I think the outcome would have been largely the same. There would have been a meeting, and there would be discussions that would be had around the table, and committee could have had the opportunity to make any necessary adjustments to the proposal to get it in line with what they wanted to see for the proposed development. I think the other thing to keep in mind is there were some questions around parking, and not see, I think Miss Ledger made some reference to plantings that were intended through the site plan control process, because the community planning permit system combines what is now site plan applications with say a zoning bylaw amendment application. It combines those two applications. So you would have seen the plantings, you would have seen the parking spaces as part of the application and considering it. The other thing it would have done is it would have opened up some flexibility for you to impose conditions. So I think Mr. Pink had mentioned the possibility of requiring an agreement, requiring the owner to enter into an agreement with the township, wherein the owner would have acknowledged the use of the proposed building as staff quarters and would have agreed to use the building only as staff quarters. Whereas, currently we have no authority to do that through the site plan control process. So those are some distinctions or an example of how I would have seen it unfolding, of course, with a few hypotheticals thrown in there. Thank you.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bosworth. So the supplemental is, what if the neighbors didn't complain? How would it get to committee? That's just a hypothetical.
So if the neighbors hadn't have complained, it would have continued to be processed as a staff variation, and staff would have analyzed it against official plan policies like we do today. And we would have made a recommendation to Mr. Pink on whether the application should be approved or not.
And so the issue for me is that we're going to have consultation to come up with the norms. So we would, as a community, have to agree that we don't like rooftop patios. Otherwise, this would likely have been passed.
Mr. Sharp?
Thank you. So the zoning bylaw currently doesn't prohibit rooftop patios. I think the exemption or the variation that was in front of us today was an increase in height. So yes, through the creation of a community planning permit bylaw, you would review the current comprehensive zoning bylaw and you would look at, you know, all of the existing provisions, and you would look to determine which provisions you like, which provisions can be approved, and where there are gaps. And perhaps one of the gaps through that process would be that, you know, rooftop sun decks aren't permitted within a C2 marina zone on buildings taller than a specific height. And, you know, that provision would be included in the comprehensive or the community planning permit bylaw, and it would become, you know, applicable law under the Ontario Building Code, and rooftop sun decks wouldn't be permitted on buildings over X height. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you, just to clarify, Mr. Sharp, because the application today at the Cove Marina included a rezoning with a change in use, would it not have automatically had to come to council anyway? I don't think we could have been delegated, nor do I suspect council would likely give staff discretion of such a large increase in height. I think that's the other thing I would note. It's entirely up to committee council how much they wish to, you know, what variation to give to staff. And I doubt a height of nearly 50 feet in the urban center probably would have been afforded. But again, being a rezoning, I think it would automatically come here anyway.
Through you, Chair Bosworth, Mr. Pink, you are correct. I think given the line of questioning with the mention of a concerned neighbor, I think my mind immediately went to what could be considered a staff variation. And I thought my example would be a good one, but you're absolutely right. Something so significant, it would be decided that would need to be addressed by committee of council. Thank you.
If I could just throw something in there, and I will try to do not too much of that today, but hypothetically, if they had come with, I think the bylaw allows 35, if I'm correct on that case. So if committee or if council through the CPPS said height variances of 5 feet are delegated to staff, and the severance had already, but we didn't have a severance issue. Then by them coming in at, I think it was 48 feet, that's not delegated to staff. So that would have come to some council committee. Is that fair to say, Mr. Sharp? Because we will set the rules about what you're allowed to do at staff level. And once the applicant is beyond that, it automatically falls into a process. Then is it fair to say will be much like the process we have today? It would come to a, you know, today we call it planning meeting.
Through you, Chair, I would think that a height increase of 5 feet may not be something that would be delegated to staff. It may be more, you know, 1.5 feet or 2 feet or something along those lines. But if it was determined through the creation of a community planning permit bylaw that council was satisfied that a height increase up to 5 feet could be delegated to staff, and someone was proposing a height of greater than 5 feet, that would be a committee variation, correct?
And every time you say committee variation, it's essentially what we have here.
That's correct. So it would require notice to area landowners, or it could require notice to area landowners. Again, council would make up the parameters. There'd be a public circulation of a notice, a posting of a notice sign. It would go on the township's website as it does today. There would be a meeting, and you would be able to hear registered delegations, and you'd hear any public submissions that are made.
Okay. Other questions from committee? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I actually have a few, and they are no hypotheticals, so we can relax on that. I'm trying to take a look at the description you've included of the pros to converting to CPPS, and trying to make sure that not only do I understand them, but that I accept them. One of the big ones, it seems to me, is the necessity for pre-consult, which clears the path for a smoother trip. And I actually have wondered, before we got to this, it just hadn't reached the top of my bucket list of things to ask. can we run 2 tracks under the present system where we have a fast track for planning apps from frequent flyers, people who do pre-consults, and people who use planning consultants? Would that not give us the same advantage if we're able to run 2 streams, one of them kind of like an express lane and one of them kind of the aeroplan green lane? That's the first question.
Mr. Sharp?
Through you, Chair. It's an excellent question. I think at the end of the day, Mr. Pink and I are creatures of the province, meaning that we take our direction from the Planning Act, and the Planning Act sets out the various processes that council can implement to deal with planning applications. And I think it would be very difficult to set something like that up within the parameters of what we have today. And I think that's one of the benefits of a community planning permit system. And again, just to step back a bit, the Planning Act requires that we update our comprehensive zoning bylaw after the approval of an official plan. And I think it establishes that you can continue down the road of the existing framework with a comprehensive zoning bylaw, or you can go down the path of a community planning permit system. And I think as staff, the onus was on us to bring forward information to you and options to you. And I think it's just important to clarify that, a CPPS is one of the options. And we've made a recommendation that we think it's the right move for us. Again, I guess I just wanted to clarify where we were getting at with the process. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And I trust me, I want to support staff's recommendation at every opportunity, but I really don't think I understand it yet. And I'm not challenging anything. I'm really just trying to find out. Okay.
Mayor Kelly, you have a number of questions. Let's continue on with your questions. I'm
Right.
quite happy to entertain that. So I'm going to process for everybody. Let's see if you've got a number
Okay.
of questions that haven't been asked yet. Everybody needs to have some time. I won't put time restrictions on people.
Okay. Next one is, you touched on this one, but I wasn't really sure I understood your answer. You said something like if council doesn't delegate more under CPPS than they presently do, I wasn't sure if you said then there's really no net gain, or in fact, if it doesn't work as efficiently as you'd hope. What happens if we go to this exercise and staff is so reticent to delegate for whatever reason? And we're in the question, so I can't give you the reason why I might. But for whatever reason, they can't do the delegation or won't do the delegation. Have we embarked on something for no good reason anymore if you don't have additional authority delegated to you?
Through your chair, I look to Mr. Pink. He may wish to elaborate, but I think we're both on the same page that if council were to decide to go down a CPPS and not delegate any authority to staff, that you're losing some of the efficiencies, right? It's not to say that there still wouldn't be some positives to be gained. And I guess the main positive to be gained would be you'd be combining site plan approval applications with applications that require some variance or exemption from the bylaw. In other words, you'd be seeing the whole picture versus it being done piecemeal. But I think I'd caution you, if you don't want to delegate to staff, or if council doesn't want to delegate to staff, that I would caution you that there'd be some efficiencies that would be lost there. Thank you.
Kelly.
Thank you. Next one. Since a lot of this has to do with efficiencies, and since it looks kind of doubtful that we can put in an express lane for frequent flyers, I'm curious to know, when was the last time your department sat down, and I'm going to say with a facilitated effort, to try to find what in my earlier life would have been called a workout, where you try to go through all processes and all procedures and say, why are we doing this? We don't need to do this. We started doing this for whatever reason. It always amazes me how many redundancies you're going to find if you put a plan together to go out and look for them and root them out. And I'm wondering if we've done that recently, and if so, did it bear fruit? And if not, might it bear fruit?
Director Pink.
Sure. Thank you. I guess the short answer is recently no. However, I believe staff, senior leadership team did put forth funding in the budget to do that exercise amongst several departments. And I believe the decision was to defer that, I believe, just 1 year. So the hope is to do it soon. But no, we have not done that. Not by external consultants. I think we regularly review our practices and look for continuous improvements, but retain someone to do a formal exercise. That has not happened in the recent past.
Mr. Sharp?
My only thought to add, and thank you, Chair, would be that, again, we're creatures of the province, so we're largely bound depending on what road you go. For example, comprehensive zoning bylaw, we have to deal with the 3 application types in different ways. We're bound to that under the Planning Act. CPPS would allow some flexibility. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And I was more thinking of things like handoffs and communication and information transfer and continuity. Those I suspect aren't necessarily regulated, and we are creatures of our own habit. Sometimes we lose track of stuff like that, and it never hurts to have a good look and see if we can find them. Anyhow, just an idea, just a thought. I think I had 1 or 2 more. One thing, and maybe I'm the only one who didn't understand this. To the extent that part of the effort is delegated to staff and part isn't, the part that isn't is still managed presumably similar to the way we do right now, but also under CPPS, or do the old rules apply? I'm not sure what happens to the stuff that doesn't get delegated. Does it still fall under CPPS, or do we still have to go through some exercise of a bylaw to govern those decisions?
Mr. Sharp?
Yeah, I'm not sure I quite get the question. Maybe take another crack at that one.
I'm not sure I quite get it either, but what I'm curious to know is if CPPS facilitates efficiencies in making decisions to the extent that they are delegated to staff, what governs the decisions that are not delegated to staff and stay presumably in some form of or variation of what we have now with, council involvement and a committee involvement? Or am I missing something? Probably missing something.
Let me try to ask the question. Because I heard it twice and I heard it the same way twice. So I think I know what you're asking. If for those items that are not delegated to under the CPPS, the mayor's question is, does it fall back to a process that is identical, essentially identical, other than we're going to have a more complete stuff up front? So there are still some advantages, but does it essentially follow the same kind of stream?
Thank you. Yes, largely identical in the sense that there would still be a public circulation for committee variations, still posting of a notice sign, still get a staff report. Staff would still visit the property. I think the only difference would be that people that were wishing to speak at the meeting would need to register to delegate. They couldn't just show up like they did today because it's a public meeting. They'd have to register to delegate. And you'd hear written submissions, same as you would today. There'd be a presentation by the planner. All of those things wouldn't change. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Last one. And I think it really, I intended to ask this in conjunction with one of the earlier ones. One of the issues, Mr. Sharp, that you raised in your presentation was the uncertain approach. Somebody comes here to do something, they don't know where to go. They don't know what the process looks like, what the timeline looks like. And just like I asked about a workout exercise to sort out handoffs and efficiencies, have we done a focused effort to make the path to approval obvious and easy to understand? Do we hand out flyers to people with first inquiry? Do we tell them, here's where your first landing is, here's where your delay is? Or do we kind of leave it to some kind of robotic? I don't know. How do we, have we tried to educate people so that mystery gets cleared up, at least in part?
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. One of the great changes we made was requiring mandatory pre-consultations for site plan approvals and for zoning bylaw amendments. We have the authority to do that under the Planning Act. We can't require that for minor variances. So we deal with, you know, give or take 100 variances, minor variance applications a year. So we're still seeing, you know, quite a few applicants that are not pre-consulting for staff in those areas, but that is one area that we have tried to improve on. We could make pre-consults mandatory across the board. If we did a CPPS, the only, you know, the only other comment that I have is we've put a lot of information on our website, frequently asked questions, those types of details. But what I do find is, you know, people will read the information. It's just that they may not understand it. You know, we try and put it out there in terms that people can understand. But I do find that in a lot of cases, it's helpful to have those face-to-face conversations where you're both looking at a, you know, a site plan with the applicant's proposal and you're talking things out. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Kelly. Next is Councillor Kent, and then I think Councillor McIntyre. Councillor Kent, all your questions.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Actually, one of them I think I now got cleared, which was I thought we had imposed mandatory pre-consultation, but what you're saying is we've imposed it on everything already except for minor variances. So you had said in your example to Councillor Burry, am I right in that then that the mandatory pre-consultations are now only for complex matters? Minor variances do not have a mandatory. We could go to that.
Mr. Sharp.
Yes, correct. Minor variances are not subject to mandatory pre-consults. There's no authority for that under the Act, nor are consent or severance applications.
Oh, or consent or severances. Okay. The second one was, this got noted as well in Mr. Burry's example, was the ability to impose conditions. And I don't understand the difference. You keep saying in under a CPPS, we'd be able to impose conditions, whereas in the current system, we're not. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Mr. Sharp.
Sure. So, I mean, one of the benefits of the minor variance process is that committee of adjustment or staff can recommend conditions of approval, and committee of adjustment can impose conditions of approval on a minor variance application. That authority doesn't exist under the Planning Act for zoning bylaw amendment applications as you saw today. So there are no quote unquote conditions. So for example, you know, if you're dealing with a zoning bylaw amendment application and, you know, you wanted to see a sediment fence in front of the proposed dwelling, you know, that could be, you know, as a very simplistic example, that sediment fence or requirement for that sediment fence could be imposed as a condition.
Okay, and there's no, that is a Ontario, that's Ontario government again? We can't, that's not something we can edit, is that right?
Mr. Sharp.
Is it our bylaw that we could? Okay.
Correct. Like I say, I think your question is geared towards the ability to impose pre-consults for all applications.
No, my ability to impose conditions.
Right. So again, it comes from the Planning Act. So conditions can't be imposed on zoning bylaw amendment applications. So through a community planning permit system, staff, if delegated authority, and a committee of council could impose conditions on those types of applications.
Okay, thank you.
Director Pinko.
What may help, I think perhaps committee wrap their head around the condition a little bit better. A good example is removal of other buildings. Again, we have roundabout ways to make sure site plan still gets imposed. So most conditions you somehow get to, but removal of a building is a good example. You now have to see that 2 times because you debate it, you put the condition on, then staff has to come back to you, report to you and say, now they've removed the buildings. Now you can finally approve the bylaw. With the community planning permit system, you just make it a condition and they're not getting a building permit until they meet that condition. So you're not going to get this permit until you convert that sleeping cabin to a storage building, until you remove that sleeping cabin. That again is the benefit. And I think it's Mr. Sharp outlined, that's something that comes from the Planning Act. I think the province has debated it in the past. I'm not sure why they don't give the authority, but they do for minor variances. They don't for zoning amendments. So there's pros and cons to those processes. It gets a bit technical. One of the benefits of zoning, as you heard today, you can pass a bylaw that says, I'm not going to allow you to have a sun deck on the roof of your building. With a minor variance, you can't do that. A minor variance just grants relief. So you can say, yes, you can build that high. Yes, you can build that close. But then Committee of Adjustments sometimes struggles because they want to impose restrictions and they can't. So it sort of takes the pros of both processes and merges them into one and gives you all that flexibility and authority. And that's hopefully in a little less technical way, what we're trying to get across to some of the benefits of that combined system.
Councillor Kent, do you have some other questions? Okay, feel free to ask some more as you think of them. Councillor McIntyre.
Okay, my questions are pretty basic. In terms of this process, I'm looking at two things. Can you give me an idea as to, through the chair to Mr. Bryce, or Manager Bryce? Sorry. So the process, in terms of the applicants, can you give me an idea as to the difference in the time that this process would take with the two options? And the second question is, in terms of the council, what would the difference be in terms of the numbers of cases that we would be seeing?
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. So I think, the idea with this process is to make things more efficient and quicker. So I think the idea would be that, from the time you start to the time you're finished, it would result in a more orderly process, because I think as soon as you remove a requirement for a second application after an initial approval, you're immediately, increasing or making things more efficient in terms of your timeline. With respect to the difference in the number of apps, I guess it ultimately depends on if there's a delegation to staff or if there isn't. But I think you could likely see a slight increase in the number of applications that would come to planning committee. And again, there is a bit of uncertainty because, like I said, it could be set up such that if there's a neighbor objecting, and then that application would come to committee for consideration. So again, there's a bit of uncertainty there. Thank you.
That's the end of your questions. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, and I had a bit of a chance to speak with Bryce just at the break. In Bryce's presentation, he uses the word streamlined at least once, perhaps a couple of times. Just heard him say a more orderly approach, if you will. So I guess the two questions that come to my mind, essentially two of the first one is, so as a township, how are we doing now in the whole building planning? So, and again, I guess I'm going to hark back to during COVID, the beginning of COVID, and mayhem and craziness, and a lot of public complaining about how files were being handled, et cetera, because of the enormity of people moving here, and a lot of we were understaffed, all these things, right? So I'm supposing that we've cleared that throat, if you will, and here it is, 2024. And I guess I, as a counselor, would wonder how are our departments downstairs, building planning, doing in terms of I guess I would use the word backlog, and then I would have a second question which speaks to with the streamlining suggested by the CPPS, what benefits do we as counselors, if we're the board of the the corporation, what benefits do we see as the custodians of the budget in terms of, are we saving staff? Are we saving money? Are we saving time? We're getting rid of the Committee of Adjustment, correct? I mean, the Committee of Adjustment piece goes away, which has got to be savings of time, and as I understood that. So just that general sort of discussion in those regards. Where are the efficiencies?
Thank you. Thank you through your chair. Yeah, I would agree. During the COVID era, it was complete mayhem, and it's something I'll likely look back on in my career and think that that was just crazy, and I may never see those, those application numbers again. And I think part of the issue as well was that we had almost a complete staff turnover in a reorganization within the department. But we're doing much better now. I think the number of applications has slightly reduced, and I think that is in part owing to, the new official plan. But I think, we're doing quite well as it stands, but I do also caution that, application numbers are always in somewhat of a state of flux. There's been times here in the past where I've seen a backlog of committee of adjustment applications upwards of 4 to 6 months, applicants waiting to get to committee of adjustment for a decision. So certainly not meeting Planning Act timelines for those applications. I don't think any municipality in the province likely brings minor variance application forward within 30 days of it being received for just a decision, a committee of adjustment. And with respect to the other questions regarding streamlining, I think we would save staff time. I think there would be the ability to, because we're reducing duplication, becoming more efficient, I think there'd be the ability for staff to focus on, other important projects that we otherwise can't and focus on today, like creating, guidelines for site plan control, projects like this, those types of things. There wouldn't be a committee of adjustment. You're correct. And in terms of our staffing levels, I don't see any change in our staffing levels, neither a reduction or an increase going forward. I think we can manage just fine with what we have. The other thing I would note is the new official plan is going to subject a much larger amount of development to site plan control. So I think, that's something to consider as well. We're going to be seeing more site plan applications in the future because of that. And whatever we can do to be a little bit more efficient to work within our current staffing levels in order to deal with that influx of applications would be helpful. Mr. Pink may have some comments as well. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Sure. Thank you. Through you. I guess just very briefly, to answer the question, backlog, I think it's been cleared. I think planning applications that come in now are dealt with, fairly promptly and do proceed to a committee decision, whether planning committee or committee of adjustment, fairly quickly. And I believe building permit applications are processed in accordance with building code timelines, so that, as we heard, that those levels of 2020 and 2021 have subsided, and I think we've cleared the backlog. When it comes to the benefits, really just echoing what Mr. Sharp is saying, I think it largely depends on, again, the level of delegation to staff on these applications. I think you will see some reduction in the total number as seen on one of Mr. Sharp's slides, because in essence, anyone who went through a committee of adjustment or planning committee and site plan, those two will become one. So you will see that reduction regardless. Any delegation, you still have an application. Staff just doesn't have to take the time to write a report for you and sit here today and listen to the discussion and answer questions and process it. We can do that more efficiently. And as Mr. Sharp said, I think the number of site plan applications will increase significantly because of the OP. I don't think in the end, certainly don't foresee a reduction in staff levels needed. I think, again, there certainly will be some more free time though for, perhaps half a position to certainly devote resources to other projects and needs. I think what you've heard me say many times in the past, and I know we have enhanced our resources in bylaw enforcement quite significantly. And I think you're all, I'm hoping, seeing the benefits of that and hearing about that in your constituents of the community. We are taking action. Are we being as proactive as I think some members of the community wish we would be? Probably not. And what I've said many times in the past, and just sorry to back up, I think the reason for that is because we barely have enough staff or time to deal with the formal complaints we do get, let alone to be proactive. But one of the benefits perhaps of freeing up a planning position with, again, an increase in site plan applications, and what I've said many times in the past is perhaps some improved monitoring and enforcement of those site plan applications or community planning permit systems, whatever you do call it. So I hope that helps answer in other projects as Mr. Sharp has pointed out as well.
Supplementary?
Of course,
Thank you.
as many as you like.
Good, thank you. And through you to David and certainly to Bryce. So would it be fair to say that were we to adopt the CPPS and we've got the new cloud permit system and our new OP, would you suggest, not to put words in your mouth, would we be a state of the art municipality as it relates to planning matter? Like, you know, these are all things we've done and we've done them fairly recently, but there's been a lot of background to them. Where does this stand us in the mix of 444 municipalities?
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you, I certainly wouldn't guess on an exact number, but I'd like to believe, I think we've taken a number of initiatives in the last few years that certainly would put us at the forefront of a lot of municipalities, certainly of our size. I'd certainly like to believe so. I know we were perhaps one of the later municipalities to implement cloud permit for building permits, but I believe we were one of the very first to do that for planning applications. And actually part of our outreach to the community and ratepayer groups on community planning permit system did morph into some discussions on cloud permit, and I'm glad to hear it's being quite well received. And again, together, we would certainly be again one of a few municipalities of the 440 that would be under a community planning permit system. There's some debate in the province whether the province is pushing that, and that's a sign of things to come. So whether again we'd be at the forefront or whether they just seem to always forget about the community planning permit system, I'm not sure. But again, another benefit I guess we haven't talked about, you heard me answer this morning that, you know, if you defer this, you might have to refund fees. Again, under the community planning permit system, the province didn't extend those rules to this application. Now, again, was that an oversight or are they encouraging municipalities to go that way? That's, I don't know that answer, but I guess to get to your point, I'd like to think these changes, yes, would put us certainly at the upper echelon. I would think municipalities of our size with our streamlined processes.
Any more questions for the moment, Councillor Zavitz? We'll go to Councillor Mazin, and when we finish with Councillor Mazin, we'll come back to Councillor Kent.
Thank you. And I'm hoping that we may have opportunities.
Oh, Councillor Mazin, sorry, no?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have not, must be shy on the right eye here. Councillor Mazin.
I'm also happy to go after. I'm hoping that I may have other questions after.
No, that's fine.
You took some of my questions from the efficiency side and understanding, I'm trying to better understand how the process works inside. So I've been trying to draw my own diagram with the key stakeholder groups and understand those efficiencies. But for a moment, I'm going to shift my questions to another lens. And then with your indulgence, I'll ask further questions after. But the other lens being, I'm looking at this saying, how does this process improve our ability to deliver against responsible development? So with that lens, I wanted to ask, I think I heard this morning or whenever it was you did your presentation, the term about the ability to improve compliance with our applicants. And I think the example, and I'm not sure if I've made up this example, Bryce, I apologize, or if this was one that you gave to us, that oftentimes at Committee of Adjustment through a minor variance process, a common ask is to go from the 10% to the 11%. Right? But is this an example by which we would say to an applicant, you get 10% lot coverage, but the moment you ask for anything more, you're going through this process? Like, how does that work? So that, I guess that's going to be my first question, if I could.
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, and looking at the pros of the system, it dawned on me that say that council, through the creation of the community planning permit bylaw, was to establish an increase of 0.5% as an increase in lot coverage that could be dealt with by staff. I guess what I was thinking is that could actually incentivize an owner to comply with that amount versus applying for more, recognizing the fact that they would otherwise have to go through a lengthier committee variation process.
So if I could just extend, if I may, sorry.
No, please.
Is that okay? A little bit loose, a little bit more lax in our rules here. So if I was an applicant and I'm creating my plan and I come before you now with a pre-consultation, it would empower staff to say, you know, you could ask for X, but that's going to require you to go through this entire process. But if you stick with Y, then, and that would gain improved compliance to where we want to go, reducing the footprint. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm understanding this.
Mr. Sharp.
I think what it would entail is during that pre-consultation, we would advise that if you want to apply for 11% lot coverage, you're immediately into a committee variation where you're having a public circulation, say within 400 feet of your property, and you're going to a meeting in front of, 10 members of committee. Or alternatively, if you apply for 10.5%, you're dealing with staff and you're going through the staff variation process,
Okay.
which is intended to be a shorter time frame.
So if I may, then,
Yep,
looks like
please.
Director Pink wanted to add.
Oh, I'll Director Pink and then back to.
Sorry.
Really sorry to interrupt your train of thought. I just wanted to add to that. What, again, depending on how you set up your notification
Right.
requirements, you could also say in that, and also heavily encourage you to talk to your neighbors, because if they object, regardless of what you ask for, you're going to end up in front of a body of your peers and 10 people in a longer process. So speak to your neighbors, closer compliance with the bylaw, quicker process.
So thank you. It's almost like you read my second point, which is so one of the things I think I heard or read was that much of these rules of engagement, for lack of a better word, would be upfront, and that's through consultation with the public committee or council and staff, right? To say, if this happens, why happens? And so that's the automatic trigger then to it possibly coming back to this table.
Director Pink.
So yes, actually, that's, I guess, one of the cons, I guess you could say, is, again, you still need to update your bylaw. We're still going to have lengthy, many meetings about rules and numbers and all those details. In addition, you're going to have to set up this entire framework to decide what level of variation, if any, you choose to decide to delegate to staff, and what triggers for notification, what notification requirements, again, would an objection bump up something to a committee, et cetera, et cetera. So that added time and effort and discussion to set up that system. So it's sort of that two-part first step.
Councilor Mazet.
Thank you. There you continue to go to my next point I have here. Under these rules of engagement, regardless of what we choose, which path we're doing, we are going to be making decisions as a group. And I say the group being public committee and staff, of what those the bylaw is going to look like. Whatever that, like these rules, the conditions, the direction on, and I'm going to call it responsible development rules. Maybe that's just the easiest way for me to determine. The other thing that's different than if community planning permit was the approach, would be that we would be coming up with a set of guiding principles or rules of engagement with these now, I think they were called class 1, 2, and 3, or whatever it may be. And how does that get escalated? And that's really about who's the deciding body at that point, whether it's staff deciding and or it comes through committee. I know there's other parts to it, but is that correct?
Director Pink.
Correct. No, you have it exactly right.
Wow, I'm getting us. Okay. So then my third thing, or fourth or fifth, whatever that I had written down here, is from an oversight standpoint, because I think that's probably the area of largest concern. When we think about responsible development, I've heard and sat around this table on a number of occasions that from staff in each report, the importance of each of these staff reports has been because every property is unique, that we can't always apply these black and white rules to a world of gray. We are different, correct? Which is how which is why the system, imperfect as it may be today, has somewhat worked, is that in these situations where the gray is egregious or doesn't align with maybe what the rest, there is a process that's involved that includes the elected officials weighing in on their opinion, perfect or imperfect as we may be. We are a set of eyes and we've been elected. We have an ability for the public to participate, perfect or imperfect as that may be. And we have the sound guidance of our staff. And so as I was trying to go back and look at my notes, and I'm looking at the oversight piece, I just want to make sure I'm clear that from the upfront setting up of the rules of engagement of responsible development, the rules of engagement of process, there's an incredibly robust process that would happen to ensure that what the public and council wishes would be upfront, uploaded upfront. So that's point number one. And then I guess the second part to the insurance of appropriate public and committee input, that once we set up those rules of engagement, there's still an appropriate and effective way for us to participate in planning applications. So that seems very convoluted, but I think that becomes the genesis of a lot of the concern, has been not the concern. It's a thing that's I'm seeking answers on, is an assurance that that kind of robustness, imperfect as it may be, will continue to exist, no matter who's sitting around this table in the future.
Director Pink, take a shot at that.
I think very briefly, and Mr. Sharp may have more to add, I think the answer to your question is essentially yes. It really will be decisions that you as a council will make going forward as to setting those robust guidelines. And should you wish, again, dictating what level of application or how many, what extent, et cetera, come before you as opposed to potentially a staff delegation. The only other thing I would note is, keep in mind, like any planning document, nothing is set in stone for eternity. Should you set up the system and determine that perhaps that wasn't the wisest choice, or we see some improvements here that can be made, like any bylaw, staff will evaluate after anything and come back to you with potential updates should something not work out as perhaps council was envisioning. But I think, and sorry if I'm not touching on it completely, but I believe, again, that robust consultation process and robust council involvement in decision-making can still occur, but it's entirely your decision as a council when you set up that system as to exactly what that looks like and what you'd like to see.
Can I just ask as a final, and then I will be quiet because I do want to hear other questions. So if I were to use an example, and I really appreciated how you walked us through your personal example. I thought the example of the sheer workload and the process that happens in behind the scenes. And I'm going to flip this then to the other side of the conversation, whereby we've had some development that's happened that's created tremendous angst in the community. And in those situations, to have some oversight, control, and input from council and the public, I just would hate to think that we would be embarking on something that would ever kind of dilute or mute our ability to participate. We all know, and I'm not bringing up names, we've had a few of them come through this office, right, that are egregious. And I would just hate to be starting down a process that would dilute our ability to influence.
Director Pink, very good question.
I'd like to think that those egregious situations are situations where a property owner has not followed through on the requirements that other council or staff have imposed. So I think, to be very clear, I don't think the situation shouldn't have approved that. I think it's more an owner not following through on their obligations or the situations I think we're referring to. I think the only thing I could add or answer is, in my mind, it's as simple as, if you set up the notification requirements as in council, such that if any neighbor objects to a proposal, it automatically comes before you, then that, in essence, does that not protect, I think, what the concern is or what you're looking for? I'm not saying it's that simple and there's no other, again, stipulations, variations, but regardless of how minor something should be, should a neighbor or group of neighbors be concerned with it, if the system is set up such that that would bump it up to a committee, would you not, in essence, have at all times the ultimate input and ultimate decision in those situations?
Pink.
Mr. CAO, yes.
Thanks for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. I just want to draw a parallel if I could for planning committee. Whatever policy or bylaws you put in place, staff use best efforts to follow them to a T. And I'm going to draw to your attention an example that we dealt with yesterday. We had a conversation over a refund of a $200 fee because staff were following the policy in place. We hadn't gone to a new policy yet. So that's the level to which we follow and policies that council puts in place. Complete transparency and accountability. Thank you.
I think Mr. Sharp, you were going to say something? All right. Councillor Kent, I'm going to go to Councillor Roberts first because he hasn't had any chance yet, and then we'll come to you. And I had missed him, hadn't seen his hand up.
Thank you, Chair, and many of my questions have sort of indirectly been asked. But I want a little more clarification. So is what I'm looking for. So there's, and they're in no particular order here. I've written some down and deleted them. There's 444 Ontario municipalities. And it may be in the report, but how many specific municipalities have chosen to go with CPPS?
Mr. Sharp or Director Pink, do one of you have the answer to that?
Through you, I don't have the exact answer. I don't know if Mr. Sharp knows the exact number. I think it's between 10 to 20. I think I know where the line of questioning is going, and fair enough. I've asked the same question myself many times, and I think the best answer I can provide is keep in mind a municipality typically, I would think in almost in every situation, would not undertake changing their zoning bylaw to a community planning permit system unless they were undergoing a comprehensive review. Since the province has allowed the system to be followed, this is the second opportunity that we have had. And the first time was, I think, 1 year after the province opened it up and everyone was confused and didn't know the first thing about it. So if you put it into that perspective, how often have municipalities updated their official plan and then had to update their zoning bylaw and made this decision? It sounds like a long time. I think it's 15 years since it's been out, close to 20. But really, this is the second opportunity we've had, and we're having a good discussion about it. And I think that's the main thing. Just in case I don't get another opportunity, I just want to echo what Mr. Sharp said. You know, staff, I think this is a little different. I appreciate that, you know, we respect staff's recommendation. This is not a planning application where, you know, we're familiar with policy and we're telling you what your policy says, and decisions may be appealed and we may or may not take the stand. This is a process question. I think we felt obligated to advise you that you had this option. And yes, we recognize there's some benefits to it, but should you choose to stay the status quo, that's certainly your choice, and staff are familiar with it and we will work with it. We just want you to be informed that you have an important choice to make here. We're not sort of cheerleading or advocating for one or the other, but we feel there are benefits to the other system. And we wanted, again, council to be aware of that. So, sorry, I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I've just been sitting around here and I've heard that there's a lot of work ahead of us if we elect to go as CPPS. That work defines effort of people that to do this. So we'll be pulling, we don't do work by project. So we'll be pulling existing staff to do the work here, unless you come to next year's budget and say we need to hire one person to put this in place. Is it safe to assume that we would most likely not get this implemented until the end of this term of council?
If I could broaden that question, because I think it's an excellent question, or add to it.
Yeah.
If we proceeded with the current comprehensive zoning bylaw procedure versus CPPS, what do you think the difference in effort is to get those two done? And would the end date still be the same? And if not, how much would it change? Fair enough?
Thank you through you. I guess just to back up a little bit, I don't know if that was the exact question, but I certainly don't foresee, and I think Mr. Sharp and I answered that previously, I don't foresee additional staff, certainly as a result. I think if anything, there's efficiencies. You probably are gaining a third, a half of a staff member's time as a result of this change because of the reduced number of applications. They might be longer to review them, but there will be fewer of them. So I certainly don't expect to be coming back to you with the need for more staff as a result of this change, likely the opposite. With respect to timing, obviously, again, difficult to answer. It really is entirely on your timely decision-making in that process. But again, we did note Mr. Sharp in his presentation, one of the, if you view it that way as a con, is it will take longer to implement the system because we have to more or less invent this wheel for the township. Now, there are other municipalities, a few local, that have done this, so we're not reinventing the wheel entirely. But there's certainly, I expect, robust discussion and debate as to notification requirements, staff variations, if any, and those, again, the extent of those 3 classes. So it's very difficult for me to estimate, how much longer that would be or the timeline it would take. But I certainly would tell you it will take longer because there's more work. There's no question. I don't think it needs to be months or years, certainly. Again, the framework is out there. The question is, again, timely decision-making on your part about what's the right fit for us. Staff can come to you with the options. It'll be a question of making those difficult decisions.
Councillor Roberts.
So my fear is that, and we're in questions. So I'll stay with the questions. So really the final one is that I heard a half to maybe a 3/4 of a person. And I know many times when I've presented things, I'd have to make a commitment that I'd reduce headcount. And reducing headcount, maybe redefine that job someplace else. We're freeing up one staff. So I guess there's going to be a comment now. I'm sorry for that because but I hope we would consider that if we're cutting down on efficiencies at the end of this, when we implement it, we could redefine a new job for that 3/4 of a person. I'm sure that'll be there. So sorry, that was not a question. It's just a thought.
Thank you. I appreciate maybe not a direct question, but I feel just to clarify or respond. Certainly, again, I wouldn't commit to a reduction in headcount. I think, again, at most maybe half a position or a third. But as Mr. Sharp said, there's certainly no shortage of work. There's a number of things planning staff could be doing. We're certainly more forward thinking, updating policies, plans. There's many projects on Bryce Honors list that we've never got to over years and years. And certainly, and again, keep in mind also, the new official plan will increase our overall application numbers significantly, and why that staff level is where it is now was in anticipation of that.
Councillor Kent, you had some questions.
Yes, thank you. I have a whole bunch, but let me see. They're all tied on to what people have asked and their extensions. Let me just clarify with you, Director Pink. If we go and we do the bylaw overhaul, don't we have to do that regardless of setting up what you're calling the wheel for CPPS? Because the bylaw is still how many feet can the dock be, and what's the side yard setback, and what do we do with boathouses and blah blah blah. And then the wheel would effectively set the parameters for the switches that say, okay, they're within the bylaw, so it doesn't go to council and it doesn't get flipped, or they're outside of it by this amount and they've let us do that or they haven't let us do that. But don't we have to do the bylaw first anyway? That's my first question.
Director Pink?
Or am I misunderstanding that?
I don't think through the chair, I don't think it's misunderstanding as to exactly, the order. I don't think it entirely matters, but it makes sense to me that you would do both concurrently. Again, in essence, you do have to update the zoning bylaw, but there's different language, different terminology. Again, a slightly different structure. You do need an official plan amendment to, again, implement some of those things. So it would make sense to sort of do this jointly or concurrently. I mean, I'll be completely honest. No one here, Mr. Chairman and myself, have gone through this process to implement a CPPS. So I'm sure I'll know a lot more once we conclude. But I think if the question is, can we update our zoning bylaw and then consider CPPS after? I suppose anything's possible, might be able to accommodate that, but I would think it won't be as efficient or a smoother process if we know what we're doing from the onset.
Right. The only reason I ask that is because a lot of the issues in the zoning bylaw are related to the specifics of the bylaw. There's then a whole nother discussion related to what are the framework or the parameters of the wheel that you're going to put on top of the bylaw that allow you to, and I know I'm simplifying some of this, allow the on and off switches of who it goes to and whether it ends up in a planning committee or not. So yes, there'd be some things that would have to be redone if we waited. We did the bylaw first and then went to CPPS a couple of years down the road. If we did it that way. So I guess my next question is, this is per Councillor Mazan, if the bylaw says that you can have 75 feet of dock frontage and somebody comes in and they want 78, the way it works today is I originally thought you would have said, sorry, the bylaw says 75 feet. You can't have it. Okay. And then they would have, or you would have sent it to council for discussion. So now if the bylaw says 70 feet, 5 feet, and the parameters we set in place are 75 feet, the minute it kicks beyond 75 feet, it may or may not, depends on what wheel we put in place, but it would flip up to the committee. Is that right? So in fact, it's more black and white and less gray, is my question. And then the second one would be related to that is, at what point does a recommendation from staff come to council? When does the recommendation come from staff up to council? Because I know that's caused us some issues in the past.
Director Pink. Oh, sorry.
Long-winded question. I'm sorry, Director Pink.
Through your chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Kent. Essentially, if council decided that any increase in dock width required a committee variation, that would be just the way it is. So any increase in dock width would automatically go to committee. So it can work that way as well. There may be aspects of the bylaw where it's just very clear that this isn't being dealt with by staff. Alternatively, I think you had said 78 feet. So if a 3-foot increase is something that council and the community is comfortable allowing staff to delegate, and there may be parameters put around that, or not maybe, there would be. So for example, the parameters may be that it's an increase in dock width that complies with every other aspect of the bylaw. Again, I'm just thinking out loud, but those are the types of things and the types of discussions that would be had as part of the creation of the bylaw itself. Thank you.
Because to some degree, what you're saying is we can, depending on how tight we make the wheel, we can give or take less discretion, give more discretion to council and less to staff, or more to staff and less to council. And that would be something that we would all be involved in discussing. How
Correct.
Much goes to each pool. And I guess the second question was, when does the recommendation from staff come? Let's say that dock is 78 feet and our parameter is 75. When you send it to council, do you come up with a recommendation? Or is it like the recommendations to some degree cause a bunch of issues, as we know down the road with the Ontario Land Tribunal?
Correct. So if it was, if they were applying for 78 feet of dock width, then that required a committee variation. Staff would come prepared with a report for committee of council for consideration. No different than today, other than, like I say, there may be some differences in the details with respect to how the meetings run. For example,
you would include a recommendation, Mr. Sharp? That would, when you send it at 78 feet.
That is correct. Yep.
Any more questions, Councillor Kent, at the moment?
No.
Okay. Who was next? No, I think Mayor Kelly.
Thank you both, by the way. Thank you.
Yep. Mayor Kelly. And then Councillor Mazin, and then Councillor Evans.
Thank you, and through you. I keep hearing two words, speed and efficiency, and I tremendously admire efficiency, which is why I talked earlier or asked earlier about workouts and sort of streamlining double tracks, fast tracks. I'm asking this. What drives us to think that speed is relevant when it comes to particularly development in environmentally sensitive areas where perhaps a more deliberate hands-on approach yields a more environmentally sensitive result. I think speed works really well in a homogeneous kind of environment, but where you have individual variations from foot to foot along a waterfront or next to a wetland, I'm not convinced, and I'm asking why we think that speed, or why do you think that speed is really a top goal?
Director Pink.
Through you, I wouldn't say the goal is speed, and I could be wrong. I looked to Mr. Sharp, but I don't think we put speed actually as one of the pros. I think all it is as a result of efficiencies, the process will be quicker as a result. I don't want to mislead council that our current rules do not protect the environment. I think they do. I think the new process, as Mr. Sharp has explained, the exact same outcomes. We will continue to protect the environment. It just will be more efficient. And as a result of that efficiency, it will be quicker. Now, I would imagine a large component of the community would probably be thankful and view that as a pro, that it is quicker. And that's fair. But I don't think, again, the intent is, or some wish or goal of this is that we fast track everything. And as a result of that, anything suffers. I think in very simple terms, when someone applies the example Councillor Kent gave, or the very similar to what Mr. Sharp gave, you just don't have to go through 2 applications anymore. It's that simple. So you just have to apply for one and you get your approval, and there's no duplication of work on either part, the applicant or staff. And as a result, it's quicker.
Councillor Mazza, and then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, this is just more of a technical question because I'm trying to make sure I put this in real life and I'm visual. So if we go back to today's example of the Cove, I think we talked about that just because it's fresh in mind. When we received a report, assuming that there would be a trigger or condition that would be in there, that would bring that now to a committee level, would we then be seeing the site plan agreement and have input on, like we used to see site plan agreements that went away. So then I think I heard you say that included then in the report beyond what we would have seen today would have been site plan and the possibility of some kind of agreements or conditions that we could contemplate in addition to what was before us. Is that correct?
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is correct. Essentially, I believe there were some questions around the table about what the parking would look like. Ms. Ledger had indicated that some plantings were being worked on to help buffer some of the built form and make an overall net improvement on the property in terms of vegetation, water quality, what have you. So those details would be included on the site plan that would come to committee. So you would have a full picture of what is being proposed. And the details that staff would normally require on a site plan application would be included. So parking, plantings, a sediment fence in front of the building, all the details that go along with that. Stormwater management plan if it was required. So committee would be, privy to those details as part of the application, and so would any neighbors who had received the application.
Sorry, through you, if I could just extend this. So that is what got taken away a while ago. Like we used to have site plans on our agenda. So now we would get this complete picture. I'm just trying to imagine it as a committee member, and would have that visually kind of up front as well. So we'd be able to see the entire picture, which I think you just said. So
keep in mind, like in the case of your example, there's 2 application requirements. So there was the application that committee heard today, asking for variations from what the bylaw requires. If that gets approved, then the applicants will now need to submit a second application, a site plan application, and that application gets handled by staff and is addressed by staff after the fact. So those are your 2 applications. What community planning permit system would do is it would combine the 2 applications into one. And you would bring forward both applications at one time as part of one single process versus a disjointed process, and versus the two applications being heard by different parties.
So just trying to follow the logic, then this would bring us back to having increased insight, if not influence, over the site plan again.
Yeah, like it used to be that commercial site plan applications would come to planning committee for consideration. The province removed that authority. So because you're rolling these two into one, you would be receiving both at the committee level.
Councillor Zavich, you were on the list next, then Councillor Burry.
Thank you. It's through you. So as committee and council, our job, as I see it, is to provide the tools, to provide the support to staff to continue to do their good job and to do things, whether the word is streamlined or faster or better, give them the tools to do the job. I wonder if it's fair to ask our three planning folks that are here in the room, all very capable, what they think of, not so much what they think we should do, but what do they feel about CPPS. We've heard from Bryce in terms of his presentation. I'm not asking for the other two gentlemen for presentations, but just a real Cole's notes. What do you think? Because it is new. It's old, but it's new. And I'm interested in some of the people that work with it and work in that domain, because I certainly don't. Thank you.
The three planners, I presume, include our CAO?
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we start with him?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So thanks, Mr. Chair. So admittedly, I was involved in the creation of the CPPS, the development permit in Lake Bays. I didn't have occasion to practice with it myself, but my staff team that worked there did. And so that is a community that the staff are used to it. It is solely being used in a waterfront context. And the community seems to be pleased, and I appreciate they deal with different development challenges than we do here, but that community seems to be pleased with its implementation, and that was going back to early 2000s. So I think it's a matter of what you're used to. Other provinces, they can do development variances in BC of zoning bylaw provisions, put in conditions, etc. You can't do that here in Ontario yet, as far as I know. And that's the extent of I also understand town of Huntsville is using the tool, early days in that, but your staff have consulted with those municipalities and others in considering bringing forward a recommendation to you.
Dr. Pink, what are your thoughts?
I don't really know if I can add, too much more that's been said, other than to really look at it at a very high level. Mr. Sharp and myself have had lengthy conversations about this before we came to the recommendation to you, but neither one of us have worked within it, and hence why we reached out to both Huntsville and consultants that worked with them. I would say the staff response from Huntsville was glowing, but again, at a very high level, is it going to change the world completely and make a million improvements and save millions of dollars and all this? No. Is it better? I think it is, and hence why we're recommending it to you. But should you choose not to follow it, we're very familiar with the current process. We're happy to continue working with it, and we will do that. I think, again, at a high level, what I've told probably a few of you, so sorry for repeating, but I think if you shredded the Planning Act, it didn't exist, and you were tasked by the province to create a planning system in Ontario, would you craft what the current process is? I don't think so. I don't think you would dream up, well, we'll do minor variances this way and we'll put these sets of rules on it and these processes, but then you might have to go through a zoning amendment. We'll put these different rules and these different processes on that. And then once you're done all that, you'll go through a site plan and then you'll deal with different things. I think you'd probably say you'll make an application and you'll deal with that all together. So I think I like simplicity. And this seems to achieve that. So again, I don't think it's earth shattering one way or the other. Otherwise, I think 440 municipalities would have flooded to this 10 years ago. But is it better? Yes, I think so. And that's why we recommended it to you. So I hope that helps. Again, a little franker general, but
Frankly, thank you, David. Mr. Sharp, your thoughts?
I mean, I really have nothing to add. I think Mr. Pink took the words out of my mouth. Him and I have had extensive conversations about this. We've done the consultations with Huntsville and consultants to hear their thoughts. You know, I don't take the job lightly. You know, to me, at the end of the day, the goal of the planning division is to be the top planning division in the district, and you know, to be at the forefront of these things. So, you know, the goal is always to do the best we can for the community. Thank you.
Councillor Burry.
So thank you. No, this fits directly into where my questioning is going to go. I want to talk about process. So if we were to head down the CCPS pathway, it talks about consultation. And given that, you know, we have a fair bit of experience with our new official plan and the consultation effort that took that, you know, we're probably looking at 3 years, given that we are not a homogeneous community. And the only thing we can agree on as a community is that we're not going to agree on anything. So if we say that it's going to take us 3 years to get that kind of homogeneous piece together to allow us to implement CPPS, and my assumption is that we could probably do a comprehensive zoning bylaw quite quickly. I think we could probably get it done by the summer, just because we're building on what we have. What happens for the 3 years? We've got an official plan. We've got an old comprehensive zoning bylaw. If we head down the path of this new way, what happens in that 3 year period? Versus if we, you know, attack the comprehensive zoning bylaw and get it done quickly, which I believe we can. We know what we're doing, and we have a good new official plan, and then see about moving towards some consultation around figuring out how, if we are in fact a homogeneous community, because I would argue we're not. Every property is different. I'm really struggling with how we're going to be able to get there. But if we can, that's great. But I'm worried about the 3 years it's going to take us to do a consultation to figure out that we're either a homogeneous community or we're not. And that may just be a loaded grenade. And if so, I'm sorry. But I'm really struggling with how we're going to get consensus in under a 3 year period.
I think that question essentially says there's a whole new element to creating a CPP bylaw, which means community engagement on determining the elements and criteria that we're going to give to staff to approve. And because our community is not homogeneous, that process could take a long time. The question is, how long do you think it's going to take?
In fact, I'd like to put it into CAO Hammond's terms. We've talked about crawl, walk, run. This feels to me like we're going from crawl to sprinting a marathon. And someone needs to help me get there.
There's the question.
And maybe not just me.
Yeah. Mr. Sharp, please.
Through you, Chair. I think these are all good, great questions. And I will defer to Mr. Pink, given that the official plan process is fresh in his mind and the public consultation that occurred as part of that process. But I'm looking at the last paragraph in our terms of reference that was attached to my initial report. And it indicates that we expect to take about 20 to 24 months and that the process should be complete by the end of 2025. I would be surprised if we could pull off a review of our comprehensive zoning bylaw by the end of next summer. And I don't think, you know, we're implying that we have a homogeneous community. I think, you know, obviously we have urban centers, rural areas, waterfront areas, what have you. So I would just point that out, Mr. Pink. I am expecting that you have some comments as well. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. I think the question in there also was the only thing I would add. I think you were asked what happens in the interim. Nothing changes. Your existing zoning bylaw stays in place until council decides on a new zoning bylaw or CPPS. We continue with the status quo in the existing bylaw. So again, difficult to foresee the future. And again, the timely decisions. And I think most of these processes always aim out, whether it's an official plan review or a zoning bylaw review, to conclude in 1.5 to 2 years. I know the district canvassed some results and found the average length of time for those processes was closer to 4 to 6. The last time we undertook a zoning bylaw review, I think we started in late 2008, early 2009, and we wrapped up in 2015. So now with that said, I think our new official plan is more prescriptive than most. So a lot of the decisions have actually already been made, which is fair. But, you know, I hate to put a sort of number on it because I think you're, again, it's very difficult. I would see, again, the two processes kind of working simultaneously. I think the consultant and staff would work on both components at the same time. So it's not as if we're reviewing the zoning bylaw and then need another 6 months to now set the framework. I think you would be making both decisions sort of concurrently. But will it add, you know, an additional 3 to 6 months to the process? Possibly. I think that would be on the higher end if I had to take a guess. But it will, like I say, it entirely comes down to council and decision making.
Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Couple of questions, if I may. Bryce, when you were doing your research, I know Lake Bay's made some adjustments over the years of their plan. And, or were you, I guess not. You, that was my question. Were you aware? Because I was involved in the early 2000s. I'll just say that. And I do know with subsequent applications that I've had that there was some adjustments. And I just wondered if you.
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. I'm not specifically aware of what adjustments Lake of Bay has made. I do know that through my discussions with my colleagues at the town of Huntsville, I believe shortly after the bylaw was passed, community planning permit bylaw was passed, I believe there was some quote unquote housekeeping amendments made to actually increase the thresholds that could be considered for a staff variation. I am aware of that. Thank you.
And then if I may further,
of course.
My question would be to Madam Clerk. Is there a vote on this today? And if this doesn't go in one direction, or if there's a vote today, can it be revisited and how long out kind of thing?
Well, it's
Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It's my understanding, based on our procedural bylaw, we are now in front of a committee, so it could be revisited, next month. It's when it goes to council, and the matter's once you ratify at council, then you're into the 3-month timeframe to come back and revisit a matter. So committee there is no decision today other than to recommend it go to council should you choose to do that.
Are there any other questions? I have some. Councillor Edwards, please.
Thank you very much. I'm a little concerned about putting all the effort into this at this time. Not that it may be in the future. It said it's going to take time. We've got people in our community clamoring to get a short-term rental bylaw. It's taken us, we've been working on this for 10 years. And that's one thing. Have we ever done a customer survey of the township?
An election?
No. I'm talking about staff and committees.
Right.
Because other municipalities do it. And you know something, some of the committees get very high marks, even if the people that are turned down say they were treated fairly, they were listened to, and everything else like that. I don't know if everybody got an email from the MLA, but they're really concerned as well. I think we're rushing it into this at this time, but have we ever done a survey? That's my first question.
Staff? CEO Hammond, do we do surveys of our constituents on their satisfactions with our services? CEO Hammond?
Not during my tenure, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Second question.
I couldn't remember one either, so.
Very well. So
Second question is, the and that pre-consulting, can we do that for everything? Can we set that, people come in, they want a minor variance, they sit down, they talk to staff?
Mr. Sharp, that's an excellent question.
Yeah, through your chair. As much as staff try to, have people pre-consult with us, as I had indicated in my previous remarks, the Planning Act doesn't give us authority to require pre-consultations for minor variance applications or consent applications.
But we can offer it if they don't want to take it.
Well, we certainly do offer it, yes.
Okay,
That's what Johnny got.
So my next question is then, when they bring an incomplete plan in, because I don't know how many times we've heard at committee of adjustment, oh, well, that wasn't shown on the drawing, the shed wasn't shown in that. And there's the same planners coming in all the time. If we just said it's not complete and send it back, I think they would sharpen their pencils a little bit too. And that, so I think put the onus back on them to make sure it's complete. We always ask them to talk to their neighbors and yet people come in, they don't know about it, they're upset about it. I think that would go a long way to correcting it. If we would put a little bit more emphasis on getting everything right coming in and talking to your neighbors first.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Don't think that was a question per se.
Well, no, I'm asking, can we do that is what I'm asking. And that was my ask.
Okay, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. In my 8 years here, I've been trying to, beat my drum to have everybody show, every shed and doghouse and propane tank on their site plan. It's not always possible, as we know. It's not until a site visit that staff realize that there's a building on the property that, wasn't otherwise indicated on the site plan. And we have to deal with that. I'm not sure that we'd ever solve that problem. As I had indicated, I think one of the benefits of a community planning permit system is if someone's seeking a staff variation, and if there's a safeguard in place to require that variation to be bumped up to committee in the case of an objection from a neighbor, I think the result is going to actually incentivize people to talk to their neighbors in those cases to make sure that they're on board with their proposal. Otherwise, they risk a lengthier process and being delayed and going to committee for approval. Thank you.
Okay, but follow up.
One more.
We get about 5 or 6 planners coming in all of the time that they know the rules, and yet they still have stuff that's not marked on it. If it was rejected and said, sorry, you go to the bottom of the line, I think you would get everything on it very, very quickly. Is that not correct?
Director Pink.
I think, through you, I think you're gonna have the same situation. CPVS doesn't change whether an applicant submits things complete. I think to rebut, really, in essence, though, staff wouldn't be doing that twice is really the key, is what we're trying to say. We butt heads at the minor variance stage because they're not including things. And then we have to do it at the site plan stage because they're not including things. At CPPS, at least you only have to argue with them once, is really in essence what I think we're trying to say.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Nishikawa, and then Councillor Kent, and then
Thank
see
you.
if we run out of questions.
I just wanted to quickly say some of the things that Alan was saying, that in fact, when you go on our website and you're actually looking through, and it's interesting, you go to economic development, first thing it says, give James a call, make a pre-consultation with that department. And then I happened to had to visit booking a community center, for instance. There's a pre-list, make sure all of these things are checked off. So I think it's the same thing that, you get the check off all of the things you have to do to get So whether that form can be more formalized, that type of thing. Like just today, I'm not, because if we really want to improve things.
Councilor Nishikawa, is there a question or are we just having a discussion on?
You told me that it was an open thing
I said
and
it's
that you
open for-
gave Buddy over there. So I'm sorry. I had just thought we can improve things. That's all.
No, I've restricted it to questions, not commentaries or discussions of the, minutiae of the current process, with all due respect. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, I think our cloud permit process, our electronic application process, it actually does note when you're submitting a minor variance that, a pre-consultation with staff is recommended.
I think I saw a question from Councillor Kent. Did I see that? No. All right, let me take a stab at some of my questions. One of the things I think most of the councillors in this room ran on was environmental or protection of the environment. And I'm interested to have comments on, would the CPPS bylaw process have some chance of improving our outcomes of the more egregious problems that we've had? Like, will it help us on that objective of protecting the environment? And if so, how?
Through you, Chair. Good question. I think it would help in a lot of small ways. Like I said, it would require the applicants to show everything up front. So if they're, they need site plan approval, for example, and they're dealing with staff, they would show the patio, or if they're dealing with a variation to committee, they would need to show their patio along with whatever it is that they're, whatever it is that they need a variation from. And like I said, I think conditions can be useful for different things like sediment fences and what have you. I think really the root of your question is with respect to changes that are actually required to the existing zoning bylaw provisions. So I would just underscore for you that if you opt to go down the CPPS route, you still have the ability to review the existing provisions, decide which ones you like, decide which ones you want to strengthen, and decide which new provisions you feel you need, whether it's, addressing, the number of accessory buildings on a property, or again, just things that are top of mind, the first story use of a boathouse. All of those details and provisions can still be addressed through a community planning permit bylaw. Thank you.
There is great concern in the community about the timeline dropping from 90 days to 45 days. We haven't talked about it yet, but that's a big concern. That's a concern I share. And I don't want to know are the implications different at the 45 limit than they are at the 90? Because I think currently at the 90, we have to give them their money back or something like that. There's a number of things they can do. It appears like we are putting more pressure on ourselves and making it easier for applicants to go to LT. But just tell me how that works and why it will or will not be to our advantage.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the timelines are different for all the different application types. So for site plan approval, it requires a decision within 60 days of the receipt of plans and drawings. For zoning bylaw amendment, it's 90 days from the receipt of the application by the township's clerk. That's the way the act reads. And for minor variances, the act actually stipulates that we're supposed to be bringing those applications forward within 30 days of receiving them. A community planning permit bylaw or the Planning Act requires that for those community planning permit applications, a decision would be required to be given within 45 days. I think part of what's helpful under a CPPS is that, that 45-day timeline doesn't actually start ticking, and this could be included or stipulated in the community planning permit bylaw. That timeline doesn't start ticking until the application is deemed complete, which is quite helpful in my opinion. Thank you.
And just to add on that, when is the start date for 90 days today?
So I believe we're required to deem those applications complete within 30 days of receiving the fee. And then the 90-day timeline for a decision starts at the time the application is received by the clerk. So it can all, you can see how managing these different applications becomes very convoluted and difficult for staff to track. Whereas if the community planning permit system, you'd be dealing with, one process, one timeline, and some clear rules around that. Thank you.
Just for clarification then, so it sounds to me like under the current process, if you receive application on day 1, by day 30, if it isn't considered final, the Planning Act says that's when the 90 days starts counting. So we effectively, from the time it's receipted to the time that they can go to LT, I think is 90 plus 30, which is 120 days. Do I have that correct?
I think it would be 90 days in total. It's just that staff have 30 days to deem the application complete.
Fine.
And I would note that in my experience, Mr. Pink may wish to speak to this, not a lot of applicants actually choose to appeal on the basis of no decision. They tend to be rather patient, waiting for the process to play out. Just because I think the expense and overall costs and time associated with going to the OLT can be quite high.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Right. Director Pink, do you have any more comments on that? What is your assessment on our ability to meet the 45 days? Given that, we have council meetings every 30 days. And there will be a portion of an application that needs to come to some committee and then to council. So right there, you got another, how do you keep it to 45 days if you are outside the staff delegation?
Thank you, Chair. Well, what I would note is, for minor variance is, for example, I don't think we're bringing many of those applications forward to committee of adjustment within 30 days. In fact, in the past, as I had mentioned, it had been upwards of 6 months in some cases because there's such a high volume of applications received. I think the one area that could cause a delay would be with respect to if an applicant decided to, they were doing a staff variation and then suddenly a neighbor objected. Obviously, if we're bumping that to a planning committee to deal with, that causes a delay and could cause it to extend beyond 45 days. Thank you.
And if we go past 45 days, do we have to, is there an advantage at least that we don't have to give the refund?
I believe that is correct. That's what I heard. That's my interpretation of the Planning Act with respect to that. And I heard that's what Mr. Pink had indicated as well. There would be no refund of fees.
So we go through CPP and have a bylaw. We've got delegations to staff with criteria around those delegations. And we are 6 months into it and we find that we want to change the criteria and or we want to change the level of delegation, or we want to save the conditions around that. What would be the process to change them and how long would that take? In other words, how nimble can the adaptation process be once it's in place?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, another great question. It'd be no different than today. Planners in planner speak tend to refer to these, updates as housekeeping amendments. So if there's something in the bylaw that's not working and needs to be changed, we could do a housekeeping amendment to a community planning permit bylaw, no different than what we would do today. It would require a public notice and, we would need to have a public meeting.
So
for example,
60 to 90 day cycle.
Sorry, maybe just clarify what timeline are you referring to?
Well, if staff came forward and say, this isn't working, or council said this isn't working, we'd like to change something. How long is the cycle to? I think I heard you say that could probably be a 90-day cycle before because you need some public engagement, That sounds to me like up to 90 days, depending on how complex it is.
Yeah, somewhere thereabouts. Keep in mind, whenever you make a change to your parent bylaw, or in this case, community planning permit bylaw, you're of course opening up a appeal period. There'd be a 20-day appeal period on top of that as well. But certainly, if we went down this path and we decided that something wasn't quite working to our liking, could of course be fairly nimble, I would think, in making a change in order to rectify that.
Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. Just to clarify, I would have to go into more detail on the Planning Act, but I'm pretty confident. My understanding is your decision to go to a CPPS is not subject to appeal. And I'm pretty confident of that. What I suspect is future changes to the framework would presumably also not be subject to appeal. What would still be is your, again, decision on lot coverage or a setback or a height. But your decision to go through this system is not subject to. So I would think that would include amendments there too as well. But again, I'd have to confirm that for
That's
certain.
an interesting point. If I could just play it back to make sure I understand it. If we wanted to change staff delegation and the conditions around that, it is unappealable.
Again, what I know I'm pretty confident of is that there's no appeal right to your decision to pass a community planning permit system as opposed to a traditional zoning bylaw. Again, I certainly can come back to you in a bit. I just have to confirm. It would make sense then that any future changes to that structure, similar rules would apply, that they would not be subject to appeal. So I believe so, but again, I'd have to confirm.
And bear with me. There are 3 classes. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but can you just briefly describe what each one of those classes mean? And I know it's in the pitch, but I'd like you to run us through it.
Yep, through your chair. The first class is essentially site plan approval, no different than it is today. So those are for development proposals that are subject to site plan control and that don't require any variation from any bylaw requirements. So in other words, those are the applications that our staff are dealing with right now at a staff level. Nothing would change in that area. The second class or potential class would be your staff variations. So those are the ones that would be delegated to staff. And the third would be your committee variation.
Thank you. I think this is my final question so that we can have a break. And so I just challenge the idea that allowing staff some latitude to make a decision will incent applicants to comply. And I would say there is an equal amount of incentive to fully comply with our bylaws today. And all you've done is expand that envelope. And my experience on, for example, 10 going to 11% is we're going from 10 to 11 because that's effectively, even though it goes through a committee of adjustment, our bylaw says 10, our OP says you don't need a zoning bylaw until 11. So basically our law is 11. You could delegate that to staff because you lose on it every time. And there's no incentive. So all I'm saying is there's incentive to comply to the zoning bylaw today to avoid a fairly cumbersome process. And you are suggesting that by delegating to staff, that's incentive becomes greater. And I don't know how it becomes any greater because those who want more are going to ask for more. And just because you've expanded the envelope, I don't think it's created any more incentive. Can you help me with that?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose the example is just in simplistic terms, and it's if someone is willing to work within those rules, they're going to, in my mind, it does create some incentive, to get to the finish line, faster because, they're subject to a different process. So yeah, I had another thought, but it's not top of mind right now. I've answered a lot of questions today so far.
Good point. This poor man needs a break. All right, I'm going to do this. I'm
I'm gonna let, I'm sorry, Bryce, it's a good point. I can allow Counselor Mazin and Counselor Zavitz, and then we're taking a break because it's been 2 hours.
Thank you, and through you. Possibly a second incentive, if you're an applicant, is the desire not to be in the public realm when you're doing an application. Because I know of many people who would prefer not have to come before council and go through the entire process. And that could be incentive enough. So I don't know if that was possibly another thought, but anyways, my questions, and it is the end of the day, so I was really trying hard to listen to yours. The deemed complete, an application that is deemed complete. If I could just get a description of what that exactly means. And then I have 2 other questions.
Buck was gonna be quick, dear Counselor Mazin.
I do.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. You know, in the case of a zoning bylaw amendment application, you know, essentially, well, really for any application, but ultimately what you need is a site plan and drawings to demonstrate what it is that they're applying for. And
Okay, we should.
All right.
Let's
You know what?
we could come back.
I was
Yeah.
hoping we could get all the questions out before the break.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. Shall we do 10 minutes? Is that all right? We'll come back at 22. We will have a few more questions. Then we're going to read the resolution and so jam up on those cookies because we need some energy to get through the discussion period on this. All right, so 22. Committee. Oh, we're missing Councillor Kent, nobody else. Committee, it is a 3:45. Are you questioning the time there, Mr. Sharp?
I just wanted to remind you that I do believe I have to answer Councillor Mazan's question.
Ah, very well. Okay. There is some thought that this has been a long day. Staff is we're all getting a little tired.
Had a pretty good day yesterday too.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's some thought, and I don't want to necessarily stop now, but just get a sense of whether we might want to have one more committee meeting on this topic in January before taking it to council. And I don't know about the rest of you, but there was a lot absorbed today from Mr. Sharp. And we're not the only ones absorbing it. There will be people in our community who will be watching this. And this is a big step. And as much as I don't like delaying things farther, I just personally believe this is a very big step and you deserves very serious consideration. I personally have not got my head wrapped around all of this yet. So I don't, not sure I could decide today. Any comments about that? We can go on for another half an hour or something to get us all the questions, maybe all the questions we've got today, and then defer to another committee meeting in January, which is around sometime 16th or 17th of January, I think it is. How do people feel about that? Let me just get a quick poll. Is it worth generally that? All right. So let's stop. Hands up, please.
Hands up for what?
No, beer pong. No, hands up for, we will have another half hour, try to get all the questions that everybody has today out of the way. We will not read the resolution. We will defer it to another committee meeting in January with going to council in February. That is what I'm asking on the straw poll. Mayor Kelly.
And through you, and thank you for the chance. Whether we make the decision right now or not, I suspect we should only do it when everybody feels prepared. But I think as part of the preparation, I would like to spend some time hearing others' opinions more than take it beyond the question level and start talking some perspectives, because I think some of those will turn into questions that may be resolved, with the luxury of a bit of time before we have to vote.
I think that's a very fair suggestion. I'm just thinking of, we are getting worn down, but I think that's an excellent. So maybe instead of, we could read the resolution, or can I open up the rules and we can let opinions in here as well? I think I can do that. We know what the resolution says. It's basically approving the terms of reference, but I'm not.
Meeting as well.
Yeah.
To be procedurally correct.
But we can still defer.
Yeah, and I have.
Just not call. All right. So why don't I just, you can get your answer. Do you have a question or a suggestion on process?
Thank you. And through you, is this just an addition to the process that perhaps in lieu of I don't need my answer necessarily right away, but what I could do is compile my questions like we've done historically in other files, whether it's us or members of the public. We could send our questions to staff and they could summarize the questions that they've heard for part of next month's package, so that we would have a chance to actually thoughtfully do it. And we don't necessarily have to keep doing all of our questions here. Just an idea.
Fair enough. All right. So I like what Mayor Kelly is saying, because it might change the tone a little bit and certainly give staff more insight as to which way we're going. So let me add that to the idea. We'll expend, what is it, it's 3:45. We'll go to 4:30, another 45 minutes, or maybe another hour, 4:45. That's not the end of the world. 4:30. All right. So we'll go to 4:30, having more discussion, and then we can read. Maybe we'll all be surprised, and we'll know exactly where we stand, and we can vote on the resolution. But if we're not, then we can have a resolution to defer until another committee meeting in January. All right? I'm going to read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee recommend to Council that the terms of reference attached to the Appendix I or one to report Plan 2023-131 respecting the update to the township's comprehensive zoning law be approved, and that staff be authorized to prepare and issue a request for proposal based on said terms of reference to obtain consulting services to complete a community planning permit bylaw. All right. Discussions. And that can clearly include questions, as it always has. I think Councillor Lazavitz beat you to the draw, Mayor Kelly.
Good, thank you. It's for you. So at the break, I had a chat with David. I guess, again, in terms of process, I'm thoughtful about this, but I wanted to understand the fences, the enormity, if you will, I hate to use the word, but of what this looks like to the township were we to move ahead. So I asked David a couple of questions relating to the fiscal piece of it and what that means in terms of going out for an RFP and all of that. So I wonder if, David, if you'd be so kind as to set that up. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you, between a traditional zoning bylaw update and potentially this new process. And again, it entirely hinges on the decision-making of council, but I don't view the differences in timeline or costs, certainly in the years or hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're likely looking at perhaps much closer to the $10 to $50,000 in additional fees, if that. What we can certainly do if no decision is made today, I'm sure I can have one or two consultants give me a rough estimate of the additional cost, and we can include that in the January discussion, perhaps for a little more accurate figure, if that helps.
Committee, any more comments? Opinions? Normally, we're not short of opinions at this table, so I encourage them to come out. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, there's some stuff that I have to get past. That's why I'm happy to have time to mull it over. And some of them are specific to this issue, and some of them are more generic to the overall tasks that lie ahead of this group of council or committee, and the challenges that I think are ahead for the township. The first problem that I have to overcome is that I have always lived by the rule that leaders don't delegate mission critical decisions. These are mission critical decisions. The intersection of property rights and environmental protection is arguably the reason we're all here. And unfortunately, this feels like a poor reflection on planning staff, and nothing could be further from the truth. It's a principle that I have that says you can't have decision-making removed from, the decision-making authority has to go with the responsibility. And I think the elected officials are responsible for that intersection, the environmental issue. That's largely what everyone here campaigned on. And for us to delegate that responsibility to somebody else doesn't work for me, which means, and it sort of explains perhaps why my first question was, what happens if we don't delegate anything? So I got to get over that hump. I am not comfortable because of my own principle, my own understanding. I am not comfortable making a delegation on something as critical as this. So that's number one. Number two, I always have to ask when we're looking at a overhaul, more than a tweaking, but an overhaul or a revamp or a replacement policy or replacement process. Why are we doing this? And to be really honest with you, I'm struggling to understand. I actually think we have a pretty darn good process right now that works extremely well. I think it's propped up or supported by an extraordinary team of professionals that make it work really well. I've heard comments about our efficiency, and I take those to heart, and you heard me on efficiency a few minutes ago, so I won't repeat. But when I hear comments on speed, I don't make very good decisions very fast. I think that even among some decisions that we've made in a hurried pace in the moment at council, we've not regretted it, but we've looked back and said, gee whiz, quick decisions don't necessarily. Now, I realize that we're not cutting days and weeks and months out, but I don't think speed is in my top 5 criteria for successful planning adjudication. I think, you know, consistency, accuracy, and so forth. The last issue that I have has to do with the nature of this thing. And again, I'm brand new to this. You know, if it's been around 15 years, I've known about it for about 15 days, maybe a little longer, trying hard to get a handle on it. But from my, you know, really early read through, looks like a perfect system for a huge tract of land with rather homogeneous features, landscape, environmental risk. If you were doing Erin Mills and started with 12,000 acres of farmland, this might be the fastest and speediest way to do it with very little risk because of the homogeneity that exists, if that's a word, among all of the characteristics of all of the little plots of land that you're trying to work with. We do probably have or should have that approach on some things. I think if it was economic development, if it was building a factory, I think if it was attainable and affordable housing, and I'm going to be banging that drum a lot, off the waterfront, away from environmental sensitivity, this might be the perfect tool to make that as efficient and faster, quick turnaround as possible. But anything that encroaches on wetlands, waterfront, any of the environmental sensitivities, we know the damage that can be done. And I think the more mines, the more often, the better. Make it efficient, go through it and tear out any redundancies and extra steps. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't want to replace, and I know we're not talking about this. I'll take it to the extreme. We're not trying to do this on a robo planning basis. And this feels like a step in that direction, pre-programming the outcome. I would much rather stay focused on a plot by plot basis, on a lot by lot basis, and have the kind of good work that's being done by our team continue to be applied. And, you know, maybe this is not going to be hugely popular even maybe among all of us here, but maybe the cost of building here, part of the cost is that we don't rush it. We don't take our time. It's tailor-made specific to the matter at hand. And there's not much to apologize for there. We take our time in the interest of protecting things that are dear to us. And those are my 3.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kelly. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have mixed feelings on this. I'm very excited about CPPS and what it offers. But on the other side, I'm very concerned of some of the parts of it, and I welcome that extra month. But I think we need to also bring one other group into the discussion. We've talked, our staff has thought about it. We have thought about it. We have some input from some of our interest groups. But I'm wondering if we should also reach out to, maybe it's one of those, what do you call them, groups we're going to establish, you know, committees, working group, and bring in the planners that often stand up in front of us and get their opinion on this or what they think we should be doing. And that's my thoughts, but I welcome the extra month to go through this, but I think we got to bring that stakeholder group in.
Any other thoughts? Councillor Barry.
Yeah, I'm dead set against CPPS. Have been for a while. I'm along with the mayor, loath to delegate my duty. And I would be prepared to get on with it, get a comprehensive zoning bylaw in place so that we put some teeth into our official plan, and I'd be prepared to vote on that today.
Councillor Kent, and then Councillor Edwards.
I would reiterate almost exactly what Councilor Burry said, and I'd be prepared to vote on this today. I would not say that I'm dead set against CPPS, but I think, as I said in the last meeting, there's a time and a place for everything. And I think that we first have to do that comprehensive zoning bylaw, which is what we've been talking about since we got elected, for the new members at least. And down the road at some point, once I feel that that is in a form that has the teeth and strength that it needs to do what I wanted to do as a counselor from a planning perspective, then I would hope that we could relook at this when the machine might have improved with the benefits of the new bylaw. I do see some advantages to CPPS, just not at this particular moment. Step one, step two down the road, in my opinion. I think there are also a few things, process issues that have been highlighted and come up that we should evaluate as a council within the current framework. And I would hope that maybe down the road, we could look at some process improvements, or at least discuss the fundamental issues that have come up, or at least that I've seen and experienced over the last year, and look to make some improvements in those areas.
Councillor
Thank
Edwards.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm in support of Mayor Kelly and that. I don't think the system's broken. I think it works very well. That's why I asked if we'd done a survey. I know there was one in Cal and it ranked about 96%. And that the people were pleased, they were treated fairly. It means that people can come and have their say. Even if they don't get what they want, they're happy that we will listen. There's other issues that we should be focusing on. We got a strategic plan, short-term rentals and everything else like that. I would just go through our zoning bylaw and put this on the shelf for now. Thank you.
I think Councillor Zavitz, did you have your hand up? No. Councillor Mazin.
Yeah, thank you, and through you. I'm agreeing with a lot of the things I've heard. The hesitation currently in my voice is I want to make sure that before I put my hand up, I really have a really good solid understanding of what I'm putting my hand up for. And that's why I had initially supported, can we come back next month and give everybody a chance to ask the questions? Doesn't have to be now. But there are other stakeholders who probably have watched today, probably have listened and heard things. They may think of something different. They may have provided different guidance. And give us a chance to have that last, discussion, comprehension, and then make a decision for I think you said for the February council. I think we owe it to ourselves, if nothing else, to follow that process. And one of the things that's kind of interesting in all this is because we are blurring the decisions on the comprehensive zoning bylaw with a new process called the planning permit. One of the things I think Councillor Kent was getting to, is there a way to even separate these so that, because it feels like it's getting pushed all together on us. So that doesn't need to be answered today, but perhaps something that staff can think about or contemplate as we get into the discussion next month. That would be it. So my questions at the beginning have always been centered around, I'm all for efficiencies, but finding ways to improve the outcomes we see and called under the guise of responsible development. And that's why I started with the questions I had at the beginning. So I don't have an answer. That's probably why I'm interested in talking about it in January.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mayor Kelly, did I understand you to say that you have great reservations about delegating? But is your preference to make a decision today, or would you prefer another month?
Thank you for asking me, and through you. I got to be totally honest with you, I don't think I 100% understand what we're proposing, to be fair. And I might benefit from a better understanding. Here's the reality. Reality is The last couple of months, we've been grinding through official plans. We've been grinding through budgets. We've been grinding through a tremendous load. And I'm not sure that I've had the opportunity to really understand this to its fullest. Maybe over the next month with some downtime, I'll have even better questions. So, you know, I would vote today, but I think probably a sounder decision would come from 30 more days.
Any comments from other committee members? I think I might.
I would support 30 days. Thank you.
All right. So let me ask a straw vote for 30 days to come back to committee again in January. All right. Do we want to spend any more time talking about it today? I have a new motion. Better put my glasses on, read. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the motion be substituted with the following. Planning Committee recommends a decision respecting the terms of reference for an update to the Township's comprehensive zoning bylaw attached as appendix 1 to report Plan 2023-131 to be referred to the regular Planning Committee meeting of January 2024. Any discussions? All those in favor? Carried. Do I need to get a clerk? Do I need to ask? Is that?
Yeah, could you ask that the main motion as amended be?
So the in the main motion, can you vote on approving the main motion as amended? All those in favor? So the main motion was no. Sorry, the main motion that I read was to refer to council. In other words, we were approving what they recommended. We've just decided that we want to defer that, so I had to amend this one with this one. Now I'm saying, can we approve the amended one, which is essentially saying we're delaying to January? Any questions? Fair enough, Mr. Zep.
Thank you. Is this to planning or to council?
To planning.
Planning. So we're good. So sure, I would support that.
Okay. All right. So now everybody understands what we're doing here. There's proof that we are tired. All those in favor? Anybody against that? No. Okay. Thank you very much. What's next on the item?
Favor.
We're not even going to look at the agenda to see if there's anything else. It is. Do we have any land tribunals updates that anybody wants to know about? No new press. Okay. Moved by Mayor.
I think we did it all.
We've done it all. I'm being confirmed by the deputy clerk. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 4:06 p.m. And the next regular Planning Committee meeting will be held on Friday. Everybody remembered, not Thursday, Friday, January 19th at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the town council chambers, municipal offices in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much.